with authority to provide navigable pathways for the movement of goods and services, rail transportation system. In addition to the second Niger and local Oweto bridges, solid road networks that crisscross the country and connect the geopolitical zones have been constructed.
When the story of the Buhari administration is to be told, of course, we will talk about the second Niger Bridge, we will talk about the Bodo Boni Bridge, we will talk about the local Oweto Bridge, we will talk about Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, we will talk about the new ultramodern airport in Lagos, the one in Kano, the one in Port Harcourt, we will talk about the new runway in Enugu, we will talk about so many things.
Just as the River Niger provides legitimate employment and sustenance for many families, construction activities at the new facility have also given jobs and livelihood to many people from the region. In addition to this legacy infrastructure, critical road projects and monuments are also being executed in the zone. Despite these huge investments, political detractors had actually tried to sell the false narrative of hatred and marginalization to some gullible natives of the area.
With the developmental strides that the president has taken to the south, it's not just the second Niger Bridge. What about the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which the president made sure that that rehabilitation of such road is completed? Other giant projects that the president has started and also completed in the southeast is an evidence that the president indeed does not hate the southeast.
Don't forget that time was when southeasterners, people of Igbo extraction, were controlling the levers of development. I'll give you an example. The deputy senate president from southeast, deputy speaker from southeast, chairman senate committee on works southeast, chairman house committee on works southeast, minister of finance and coordinating minister of the economy southeast, secretary to government of the federation southeast. And all through those periods, not 1 kilometer of our roads, federal roads, that were in terrible state, not 1 kilometer was addressed. And all these people I mentioned are from southeast. Now it took somebody else who is not from southeast to now address this infrastructural decay. Now face the reconstruction of these roads, this critical infrastructure. Just to mention a few of the things that this administration has done in the southeast. And then somebody goes back and says he hates southeast. How does you demonstrate hate?
This president bears malice to nobody, and he has cared for the southeast as much as he cares for other parts of the country.
Important national asset. Aside easing traffic on the old bridge, it is an inter-regional integrator with the capability of boosting economic activities and development in the southeast. Already, the people are beginning to tap into the huge investment opportunities that come with the bridge.
You know our people, we are business people. We understand the dynamics and we take advantage of opportunities. It will bring a lot of development to the southeast, a lot. And even south-south, because the bridge is coming from Asaba to Onitsha and vice versa. So the development is not only for south, it's also for south-south.
Truly, when the story of the Muhammadu Buhari administration is told, the second Niger Bridge will be recorded among its greatest achievements.
When President Buhari would have been done and is gone to have his due retirement, and the story is being told, what would never be forgotten will be his footprints on the sands of time in terms of infrastructure.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in, and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, 3 at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up. To raise the baby up, in a way the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they caught the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They are using it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. Justice Halilu Yusuf of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has remanded Aminu Adamu, a student of the Federal University Dutse Jigawa at the Suleja Correctional Center in Niger State after tweeting about the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. The student was arraigned for cyber stalking, where he was denied bail despite pleading not guilty to the charges filed against him. Muhammad, a 500-level student who was allegedly arrested by security officials on the orders of Buhari a few days ago, had in June tweeted in Hausa that the president's wife was feeding fat on poor people's money. Justice Halilu ordered the defendants to be remanded in Suleja prison pending the hearing and determination of his bail application. In a related development, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the detention of Aminu Adamu over an alleged defamatory post made against the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. NANS President Usman Barambo, in a statement on Thursday, demanded the unconditional release of the students of the Federal University, Dutse. He also announced a nationwide protest for Monday, 5th of December 2022, to press home the demand of the students' body. To politics, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu campaign organization BATCO Mandate has organized the solidarity work for the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC Bola Tinubu in Lagos State. The group members in their signature white and orange branded cap and t-shirt guarded around the kickoff point in Bank Anthony Road, Ikeja, Lagos as early as 8 a.m. on Thursday. A heavy traffic gridlock has also built around the Ikeja axis, even as traffic management officials are working to manage the situation. And President Yoweri Museveni is set to declare that wearing of face masks in public places as a measure to control the spread of COVID-19 is no longer necessary. The State House announced that President Museveni will on Friday address the nation on issues pertaining to health. Also, COVID-19 tests will no longer be mandatory except for travel to countries where it is required. In business, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, says it has sealed a $1.4 billion external project finance agreement for the Northern Hydrocarbon Fund Limited. The agreement, codenamed Project Panther under the NNPC Limited Chevron Nigeria Limited joint venture, was sealed at the signing ceremony held in London. NNPC's Chief Financial Officer Umar Ajia said the project will produce gas that would be routed to meet domestic supply obligations, thereby supporting Nigeria's energy transition agenda through increased gas production. On the global scene, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa is facing a possible impeachment threat over the Farmgate scandal. The president has been accused of covering up a $4 million theft from his farm in 2020, including kidnapping and bribing the burglars into silence. A 3-volume report from an independent panel has found that Ramaphosa abused his position and may have broken an anti-corruption law, but has since denied any wrongdoings. In sports world, a football governing body, FIFA, is considering introducing penalty shootouts to the World Cup group stages of the 2026 tournament to be hosted in the USA, Mexico and Canada. As a result, there will be an extra knockout round following the groups, with the top 2 sides set to qualify from the 16 3-team groups, a system adopted following a unanimous FIFA vote. That's the latest from the newsroom. Join us again in the next hour for more updates. Thank you for watching.
Mr. President, appoint a man or a woman from Ndokwa as NDDC chairman. The appointment of Mrs. Loretta Onoche as the substantive chairman of the board of the Niger Delta Development Commission has fast become a burning issue in the polity. And as stakeholders, the people of Ndokwa owe it a duty to make a clear statement on the issue under reference. We are not unmindful of the many challenges militating against the development of the Niger Delta region, and in particular, the oil-bearing communities who are the direct hosts to the oil companies in the region. We wish to make an input on the aforementioned nomination with a close reference to the Niger Delta Development Commission Establishment Act, as democracy offers freedom of expression and thought of the people. Let us state to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, and the National Assembly that the mission statement of the NDDC is to offer a lasting solution to the socio-economic difficulties of the Niger Delta region and to facilitate the rapid and sustainable development of the Niger Delta into a region that is economically prosperous, socially stable, ecologically regenerative, and politically peaceful. To guarantee the above objective, therefore, the government must take into account the aforesaid variables and its likely implications and wider consequences while making appointment into offices of the Commission. The oil-bearing communities in Delta states are the frontliners in the struggle for the emancipation of the growth of the region. Over the years, we have ensured that all the host communities in Delta State maintain peaceful coexistence with the oil companies for many years on. And the relative peace within the region is a direct impact of our intervention across Niger Delta region since and after the federal government amnesty program. In view of the foregoing, therefore, a man or a woman from the oil-bearing region should be appointed the NDDC chairman and not Mrs. Loretta Onoche, who is not from the oil-bearing community in Delta State and has never contributed to the development of the region. The current protest by civil society across the Niger Delta region is premised on the aforementioned issue. We therefore crave your indulgence to be guided by the principles of equity and fairness, to wit, that every area of the oil-bearing community in Delta State have made it into the board and ESCO of the NDDC, except the Ndokwa area, which comprises of 3 local government areas, Ndokwa West, Ndokwa East, and Okwani local government area. Whilst the act establishing the NDC is explicit in terms of chairmanship of the board, that it must rotate alphabetically, and now is the turn of Delta State. We hereby propose that this time the appointment be made to a man or a woman of the Ndokwa descent, for the many reasons that Ndokwa produces a huge chunk of the oil yield in Delta State and stand as the second largest producer of oil in the region. That from inception of the commission, no Ndokwa man or woman has been appointed into the board of the commission, let alone made the chairman. This is the pain the average Ndokwa man carries around his neck as he engages with other regions. In Section 12, Subsection 1 of the Niger Delta Development Commission Establishment Act 2000, hereinafter referred to as the NDDC Act, which provides that there shall be for the commission a managing director and 2 executive directors who shall be indigenous of oil-producing area, starting with the member states of the commission with the highest production quantum of oil, and shall rotate among member states in the order of production. Mrs. Loretta Onoche is not from an oil-producing area, and so this nomination is grossly erroneous. This petition, therefore, seeks to draw the attention of Your Excellency to the erroneous nomination of Mrs. Loretta Onoche as nominee for the position of the chairman of the Niger Delta Development Commission by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, while exercising his power pursuant to Section 2, Subsection 2A of the NDDC Act, to urgently notify the Senate of our rightful and lawful rejection of the said nomination on the ground that such is not in compliance with the provision of Section 12, Subsection 1 of the enabling aforementioned Act. This is important that the President and the National Assembly comply with the extant law establishing the Niger Delta region. I shall go to Rabbi again.
My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Libya, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. But I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent, and then you now coach him, you develop his skill. You understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now? I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting, and besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my paintings. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people, even the government now. They do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like, what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospitals, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would like government to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do. Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside, getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. Your client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many medium.
Many thanks for joining me on another edition of Startups. I am Abisola Adebayo. As usual on the program, we celebrate men and women who have passed the startup test, prevailed all limitations to making their dreams a reality, and are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. Today on the program, we'll be talking to two startup owners who are using technology to solve several challenges in the Nigerian society. Let's find out how.
Grey Hub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech related or tech inclined, come around to grow their businesses. My name is Raphael, Issa Raphael, and I'm the CEO and founder of Grace of Technology.
In recent years, Nigeria's rising unemployment rate has become the center of social and economic concern. The situation is so bad that data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that 1 out of every 3 Nigerians is unemployed. Seeing the rate of unemployment, which has led to increased poverty in the country, Issa Raphael decided to establish Grace of Technologies. In 2015, Graysoft started out as a service IT company that provides technology solutions to companies. But later in that year, the company decided to change its strategy after it almost ran out of business. In no time, Graysoft started equipping unemployed individuals in digital skills, helping them gain access to the opportunities available online.
It started as a service industry. It was a service IT company. But then in that same 2015, when there was a change in government, we noticed that the economy experienced a downturn. And what we saw happen was that company began to rapidly downsize. As a matter of fact, one of our famous projects then was a preventive maintenance. That means that we service systems, computer systems for companies. And then before anything happened, so they were on a routine maintenance plan. But then as companies began to downsize, what we saw was that people were no longer willing to do preventive maintenance. They wanted it to be reactive. They're like, oh, wait, let it go bad first. And then we began to run out of business. So we immediately had to change strategy. And so we decided to pursue that one vision, help people access digital opportunity. If we know that the world is a global space and there's no barrier whatsoever, it means that I can be here and work for people in the United States. It means that I can be here and work for people in Canada and in the UK and all of that. And so we do not now talk about the availability of jobs as to a given space or time. We don't say that there's a job available in Nigeria or not. We're saying, are there jobs available globally? And the answer is yes. And we can't find enough people to do the jobs that are in those places. So we decided to go on a journey to have most people, especially Nigerians and by extension Africa, access these opportunities. Our mission now for Grace of Technologies is now to help people leverage technology for improved livelihood. So we decided to build that company to a brand where we are able to train people to acquire the skills, and also not just train them, but to help them see, recognize, and access, and finally utilize these opportunities to improve their life.
Grace of Technologies is situated in the heart of Kaduna, Nigeria's center of learning. Raphael says he made the decision to establish his company in the North Central state to help close the digital skills gap, which sadly is a luxury to a large section of its population.
I believe that the North is underserved. And you see that, as a matter of fact, for all the foreign direct investments that comes from Europe or from the West into Africa, as it were, Nigeria swallows 70% of it, right? And of the 70% that Nigeria takes, Lagos, the South, takes about 80–90% of that. You understand? And that's because they have structure. They understand what it means to have a properly functioning service industry. They have all of these hubs that we are just recently opening and all of that. So it becomes a very viable point for investors to go to because they've already built that structure. So Kaduna, as well as other northern states, are lacking there. This is why we decided to situate here in the north to ensure that these opportunities do not always miss us. So we're trying to achieve proper structure for MSMEs, trying to see that startups are properly structured, especially those of them that are tech inclined. We're trying to see that we are able to solve our own problems right here in the north using technology. The good thing is that as of now, we have a governor who is, that's the person of His Excellency Governor El-Rufai, Ahmed El-Rufai. He's Nasir El-Rufai. He's someone who is tech inclined. He's tech savvy, someone who appreciates technology, and his government has done quite a lot of things that shows that yes, indeed, technology is the way forward. So as more people come into tech in the north, you know that it brings about accountability, it brings about effectiveness, it brings about transparency, and it brings about resourcefulness.
After 5 years of its establishment, Greysoft Technologies would later go ahead to launch Greysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners. Beyond skill acquisition, startups are often faced with the challenge of renting space. Other necessary expenses, such as electricity and internet bills, are often too much for a new company to bear. As a solution, Greysoft Technologies launched Greysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners.
GreyHub saw a bright light. GreyHub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry-focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech-related or tech-inclined, come around to grow their businesses. You should really understand that when startups are starting, their greatest challenge, one of their greatest challenge, of course, will be to rent a facility. They don't even have money. They're just starting, right? And they can't recruit the proper team that they need at that level. They can't afford to pay salaries. When you come to they can't buy 24-hour electricity, neither can they buy 24-hour internet service. So when you come to this place for a very small token, right, you have access to GreyHub, which is the co-working space. I think our smallest package is about 15,000. So you can have access to 24-hour electricity, 24-hour light. You can have meetings with your clients in this place. You can have access to our business incubation and acceleration programs. You can have access to our business mentors. You have access to informal teams, and that means that the next person sitting by your side is just able to answer the next question that you're looking for someone to do for you. You want to design a logo or you want to do some digital marketing, the person on your side could do it for less than you could have paid someone. That's GreyHub.
Poised to be a one-stop shop for everything digital technology, the company has other sections. The Grey Tech section that services technology needs of companies, Grey Create that helps creatives leverage on technology to produce content, and then Grey Funds that assist entrepreneurs improve their income.
Now, Grey Tech is all that surrounds the whole idea of technology. We have an internal team where we build applications, we serve other clients, and build solutions to various problems that people can afford to pay for and use to solve their challenges. That's everything that has to do with Grey Tech. All right, Grey Create is everything that services the creative industry. And that's from local content or cultural creations to filmmaking, to music, as it were. And it will amaze you that we see things differently here. Music here is not just seen as an entertainment like it is seen in most places. At Grey Create, we see music as a therapeutic tool. And we see that even dance, as it were, are things that people can use to exercise themselves instead of just for entertainment. That music also is also seen as a tool that is used to calm the mind sometimes. So we try to engage these things from this point of view. And of course, Grey Fund, like you said, finally, is a sort of trading, forex trading we're trying to put together, but to mainly serve the Greysoft community. As for people who are subscribed to us, we try to put a funding, a sort of a fund for them where they can get professionals trade for them to help them improve their income. And this is also so that they might not necessarily even look forward to paying next month's subscription, depending on what they've invested. Depending on the profit that they make from the Grey Fund, these profits can cover for their next subscriptions, and then they also make something in return. This is just seeing that the community is able to serve them and to give back to them.
Raphael says even though funding was an initial challenge for the organization, Greysoft has been able to overcome this challenge through its focus on empowering people.
Our major challenge so far, since we started in 2015, of course, was funding, and that's why we stopped at a point, and the various government instability as per policies that came on, the taxing policies and all of that put together. But of course, as it is now, with the hub coming through, and as our vision begins to come clearer and centers more around people, we have decided to concentrate and focus solely on empowering people. And since that's our main target, you see a lot of people coming around to learn stuff here for free. Of course, there are some premium courses, but then you see a lot of people coming here to learn stuff for free. And because of the things that they are able to learn, they also want to give back to also stay and train more people. And of course, that now reduces the number of people that you want to pay for, because they have learned for free, and they're also willing to train other people also for free. So funding, as it were, is no longer a problem for us, because we have a culture where money as it is not what drives us here. We seek after creating value.
The advent of the global coronavirus pandemic has drawn focus to the importance of supporting entrepreneurs with technology. This has helped Greysoft contribute to its success story. Among other things, the company is now a certified Certiport authorized testing center, licensed to give certifications for digital skills worldwide.
As a matter of fact, Greysoft is a certified Certiport authorized testing center. So we are licensed to give professional certifications for courses, Microsoft related courses, IBM, Adobe courses, and all of these professional standard courses. Very much recently, I'd even tell you that we, on our launch, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the Kuka Center, where Bishop Matthew Kuka himself was here. And that is the whole essence of that MOU is to sponsor an award series for young Africans. I'm talking continentally, young Africans who are doing exploits in the ICT industry, so that we can use that to encourage young people abroad, to come back to Africa, come back from diaspora, come back to Africa and strengthen their own countries.
For Raphael, the big plan is to make a global impact by empowering entrepreneurs across the country that would empower others to build businesses across Nigeria and Africa at large, with the belief that the domino effect can generate revenue for Nigeria's economy and drive down its unemployment index. Well, just like Raphael said, the world is now a digital space that we have no choice but to adjust to the new normal. And Wabi Nigeria in Lagos couldn't agree more. They are helping local retailers adapt to the new normal by bringing them on board in the digital space.
Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola. Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. My name is Omolara Adagbodo, and I'm the country manager at Wabi Nigeria.
Nigeria's informal retail market is currently worth over $100 billion and continues to grow by the day, significantly contributing to the nation's economy. But this promising sector is plagued with the challenges of poor logistics, as retailers and traditional stores who dominate the market have issues getting goods from the distributors and wholesalers. They would have to go through the stress of visiting the market, search for products to buy, and even transport them to their stores. This process is usually time, energy, and resources consuming. Seeing this challenge, Wabi decided to open a country office in Nigeria to digitize the existing traditional trade channels and allow wholesalers and distributors in the FMCG space sell their product directly to the traditional stores online.
In Nigeria, we have two parts of the business that we will be working very hard to grow: Wabi 2B and Wabi 2U. Today, Wabi 2B is live, and Wabi 2B is that section of the business that helps these retail outlets order products from wholesalers that are around them. So imagine someone who's used to going into the open market to ask for prices on products, moving from one shop to the other, getting to a point where they can order all the products they need on one platform in the comfort of their shops. We see that the traditional trade channels are being left behind in the digital mode. So what is happening, and what we see going on, is that digital commerce, e-commerce as it were, is building giants even in the space of selling groceries and daily needs. So it is important to make sure our traditional trade channels are able to play in the digital world to be prepared for a great digital move, as we have seen is going on. Now they see the need to go online. Now they have incentives to make them want to buy online, because they see that, why do I need to stress to go to the market, right? Somebody is going to give me the products I need at the best prices, and I can get everything I need in one place. So it becomes easier for them to transact.
Wabi 2B is a digital platform where wholesalers can sell directly to retailers. On the platform, retailers can compare their prices, which gives them the opportunity to buy at the best price, and as a result, they make increments in sales.
Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. So it's easy to know which products people are selling from which products people are buying, basically. So our retail outlets, when our field sales guys would go out to them, they would be the ones to say, we want this particular product, or we want this particular brand. Why don't you have this particular brand? Then we source for those products. Because when we first launched, we launched with Coca-Cola products, and then we started going out to other companies to bring their products on board. And like you said, there's over 5,000 SKUs in Nigeria today. How to narrow it down is to know what our customers are purchasing, and to know what the end consumers will purchase is from what the retail outlets are asking for. So we take their feedback and we'll continue growing. And this is how we maintain good pricing as well. Because sometimes, you know, a wholesaler will say, I'm selling this product at this particular price, and the retail outlet will tell you that, no, I bought it 2 days ago in the market at this price. So we can challenge the wholesalers with those and make sure we keeping the best prices on the platform.
The startup is a brainchild of Coca-Cola Company, which is an international beverage distributor. Country manager of Wabi Nigeria, Lara Adagumodo, says, although Coca-Cola's reputation eased Wabi's transition into Nigeria's FMCG sector, getting the company started is not a walk in the park. Getting customers on the platform was one of the early challenges the startup had to tackle.
We do have leverage, to be honest, in the sense that Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola, but it hasn't really stopped the challenges and the issues we would face around getting people to want to actually do business online. Imagine a sales rep goes into a shop of Mommy Titi to say, oh, I want to put you online, you can now buy and sell online. They're suspicious immediately, right? Like, you want to defraud me, get out of my shop. And our guys did get that a lot in the beginning. And after that, we also had issues, with retail outlets, wholesalers, not even wanting to go online at all because they believe that transacting online meant they were using their data, and they were very, very guided about their data. Greatest challenge we've had has been around logistics, and logistics is a challenge not only for e-commerce businesses but also for FMCG businesses in Nigeria. So this is a daily challenge that we work with, and we keep finding creative ways to solve.
Wabi's mode of operation is simple. To get the local retailers on the platform, sales representatives, who are referred to as Wabi hunters, go into communities, interact with local store owners on the convenience they enjoy when they register on the platform and place their orders.
So we have retail sales reps, as I mentioned earlier. They go directly to the shops. We have a specific number of sales reps who are assigned to certain areas, and they go directly to those shops and try to bring them on board. So they convince them with offers, deals, show them the platform, and then get them to register whilst they are there. For that crop of customers, we found that the best way to reach them is through one-to-one communication. So we have invested a lot in having field sales reps all across Lagos, speaking to them, bringing them on board. Once they bring them on board, the engagement starts, right? Then the retailers are able to place orders, and the retail sales reps, continue to speak to them, getting what they need, getting feedback for the company, and then sending this through to us.
Since its launch in April 2021, the company has garnered over 10,000 retailers on the platform, with over 100 field sales representatives constantly engaging customers and gathering feedback. The company is set to launch Wabi to You, a platform that allows the local retailers they service sell to final consumers online.
Coronavirus time and the economy at hand currently. It's very tough for businesses like us, because we play in the FMCG game, and if you're familiar with the FMCG game, you will know that it's just a game of numbers. We just keep chasing targets, and little profits, at the end of the whole quarter. But since Chimeze introduced Wabi to us, I remember I think we started in June. I was very reluctant. I'm like, this sounds stressful. That because for example, I would paint an instance to you. We buy from Macedo, we buy from Nestle, we buy from Caraway, we buy from GB Foods. We have stipulated targets to meet at the end of every quarter. We forget the reason why we're in business, which is to make profit. Wabi has actually changed the experience for us because, for instance, if I buy my cowbell or my peak milk, I'm selling to the customer buying from me at cost price. I'm sure you'll be wondering how we're making profit, right? But since we joined Wabi, we've been selling profitably, to be honest. I think in June, we recorded about 26,000, thereabouts, very small. In July, it was going, like she said, incremental sales. It was going up. Last month, we did 7 million naira sales. It sounds small still, right? But the profit on the 7 million is more than the businesses I've been doing with all my suppliers in the past. I don't need to say too much. Wabi is just the way to go. Wabi is the future. For instance, I sit at the convenience of my office, comfort of my office. The app pops up. Okay, I have 4 orders from Shomolu. I have 4 orders from Ikeja. I have from, So they keep opening up more spaces for me in Lagos to make sales. So that has been very, very wonderful. Right now, the sales is very overwhelming. as I'm speaking to you now, we are looking for more vans to be able to accommodate the order. It's not easy, to be honest, but they have created this niche for horse wholesalers to be able to reach out to retailers that would originally or naturally not reach out to.
According to the International Labour Organization, the retail sector employs at least 142 million people in developing countries. Given the importance of the retail industry, services that startup like Wabi Nigeria offers is exactly what the economy needs to achieve economic viability. That's all we have for you on this edition. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for watching.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Geopolitics. Now, budget padding is really not new in Nigeria, but what is new is that this time it is the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning that is on the spot over the issue. Now, reports say the ministry allegedly inserted projects amounting to 423.8 billion naira in the 2023 budget proposal of some ministries, departments and agencies. Now, it's not new because in the past, cases of alleged budget padding were mainly leveled against federal lawmakers. So this time, it's different, and federal lawmakers are not
taking it lying low at all. They have raised concerns about the abuse of the budget process following submissions by some government agencies that some amounts were inserted into their estimates without their knowledge, allegedly by the Ministry of Finance. Now, officials of the National Universities Commission, NUC, Ministries of Defense, Power and Humanitarian Affairs during ongoing National Assembly budget hearings disowned some line items now running into billions of naira in their 2023 budget proposals. For instance, 12 billion naira was allegedly inserted in the NUC budget. 10.8 billion was also found in the budget of the Ministry of Defense, and then the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs also disowned the sum of 206 billion naira insertion in her ministry's budget. In the case of the Ministry of Power, 195 billion naira was found in the ministry's budget for no reasonable explanation. The ministers, however, told lawmakers that they could not explain what the sums are meant for or the details of the project tied to the funds, since they were not part of their proposals sent to the Finance Ministry for the 2023 fiscal year. They blamed the Finance Ministry for allegedly inserting the money into their budgets. Well, this is quite, to be candid, this is unheard of. Now being joined on the program by two gentlemen. I have Lanre Suraj, who, of course, is an anti-corruption activist. He joins us from Abuja. And I also have Nasir Kura, who joins us from Kano. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the program. Let me start with you, Mr. Kura. What do you make of this? Help us to make sense of this. How does one explain this?
Well, it's simply a clear case of fraud, economic irresponsibility, and perhaps impunity at this critical stage of Nigeria's political transition, and to some extent, its own economic, challenges also that are further accentuated, the crisis of development. And one, it shows the lack of respect for due processes on the part of the executive, and also a determination to continue with these processes, these acts that are perhaps at best, anti-democracy, inimical to our economy, and perhaps that are withholding our development as an economy and as a nation. So this put together is, to some extent, this put together is what we can say can explain this madness that we are experiencing, this level of impunity, this economic irresponsibility on the part of our own executives.
Let me come to you, Lanre. Just as I said, this is nothing new, but in the past, it's always against the lawmakers. It's the lawmakers who are accused of inserting or padding up the budget, inserting projects and all of that. But this time, the Ministry of Finance is being accused. And you listen to some of the explanations now given by some of these ministers, you get the impression that this is like the civil servants now doing their own thing, because obviously from what we're gathering now, it's actually the civil servants who prepare the budgets anyway.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I should say that, yeah, this is actually a welcome development. It is part of that situation where you can get some good out of a bad situation. The bad situation is that of this government that is, I think, is in the history of Nigeria, the most unorganized, the most disjointed, the most uncoordinated government that Nigeria has ever experienced. And in the midst of that is what you're seeing, where the ministers usually don't agree, even after they leave the same Federal Executive Council meeting. They grant press interview and interaction, saying two different things, speaking on the same issues from different opposing point of view. So that has actually now, for Nigerians, escalated to the point where we are seeing this level of exposing, and we should really take it seriously. It's also an indication that things are not going well anymore for many of the politicians and the civil servants. So either it is through some of the internal mechanisms that are playing out, for them, usually where you would have the normal practice of budget padding from many of the individual ministries, it is now being escalated either through some of the civil servants in those ministries, working with the ones in the Ministry of Budget and National Planning, to have the padding done at that end when the prying eyes of either the minister or the others will not be there. And for us, we should commend the National Assembly. This is the expectation of us from the National Assembly. This is their statutory duty and responsibility. So for them to have picked out some of these padded sections of the budget, they deserve some measure of commendation, and we would want them to keep this up. We wouldn't want to see a situation where this will either be swept under the carpet, or they will also become accomplices by getting a share of whatever it is that is inserted in the budget illegally, for them to eventually pass them.
Lanre, you look at all of this. I mean, the Ministry of Finance been mentioned in this. It's just a mess.
I mean, this is the most disappointing thing. The minister pleased on the ranking of the ministerial list of President Buhari. She actually ranks amongst the few, I think you can say to some extent, remarkable ones. But
I must add very quickly that the ministry has denied any form of budget padding at all. And of course, we'll just have to wait until the minister comes before members of the National Assembly to explain what has happened. But then it's still not good at all that, a padded budget would be presented by her ministry to the National Assembly.
Yeah, so it is not just going to be for her to come out. It is going to be important for both herself and President Buhari actually to get to the root of this. This would actually have to not just get to the root of it. There must be those that must be used as scapegoats to send a signal to those who will want to perpetrate this kind of, heinous act against the government. You're talking about over 400 and something billion naira. This is not just something that is to be allocated for some white elephant project. These are monies that are just inserted for the purpose of stealing and also corruption. So some people are sitting down somewhere and trying to get, 460 billion naira out of an annual budget. I mean, that would possibly resolve many of the lingering crises that we have in our universities. That would go a long way in providing enough of power generated for some areas that are not accessible to power. You would also be talking about very good roads and also our medical services, if this should go to any one of them. And there must have been a lot of that. And that's why it is very easy for civil servants to be fingered. Look at what happened with the former Accountant General with Ahmed Idris. And you're talking about billions or almost trillion of naira, as over 700 million naira worth of asset was also seized from this. Another former Accountant General, Otunla, the one that came long before Ahmed Idris. So it tells you clearly that the issue many times is not just about politicians, and it is more even of our civil servants and bureaucrats than even our politically exposed persons.
And that is why it will be very difficult to deal with corruption, because most times we tend to look at the politicians, we forget the civil servants, and these civil servants are always there. A government comes and goes, the civil servants are always there, and because they're always there, corruption will continue.
No, the truth is that there's no politician, there's no politically exposed person that can succeed in any form of corrupt transaction or dealing without the conspiracy of the civil servants. And that's number one. Number two, the civil servants actually also lead the politicians on to some of those acts. So in fact, sometimes some ministers who will refuse to play ball becomes even victims in the hands of these civil servants. That quite a number of people even call them evil servants because of the evil nature of some of the things that are perpetuated. So the law enforcement agencies, ICPC and EFCC, have a whole lot of work to do in probing into the lifestyle of many of the civil servants. I think we've done sufficiently with the politicians, so we need to just cut also some time out and focus on the civil servants, both at the state and also federal level, and see how much of what we can recover from that process and system.
Okay. Nasir, you know, you look at our fight against corruption. We've always focused on politicians, but the truth is that, look, civil servants would appear to be the bigger problem because they're always there. And this budget padding we're talking about now could not have happened without the civil servants. And it's very glaring now that they actually prepared the budget. So don't you think it's time we began to shift serious focus now and look at the civil servants, especially in the light of what we saw with the former Accountant General of the Federation?
Exactly. Now, beyond that also, I think that we need to re-emphasize our earlier campaign for freedom of information. And for over a decade now, the campaign in civil society parlance has been for freedom of information from government and its annual activities. And this has been persistently resisted by these civil servants, even when legislations are made, even when progress is made. Hardly will these civil servants key in to this, noble cause for, one, transparency in government, transparency in economic activities. They always kick against it. And I think this should be our now major campaign issue. For us, outside the purview of governance, for us outside the structures of the state, our campaign has always been that Nigerians and those who are interested need to be informed about happenings in the ministry. One, even the issue of the budget in itself, before you even come into party, not every agency allow for people to monitor, their budget making, their budget proposal, not to talk of seeing their own contribution or seeing their own input. Now, some of us at some level and in some key instances have participated in budget monitoring. And if you pick the budgets across the states for say 2, 3, 4, 5 years, if you pick them up, you will see, one, that there is no difference between what was proposed in terms of road projects, in terms of school provisions, in terms of hospitals construction, in terms of infrastructural provisions in virtually all the states in the last 2, 3 years. So I'm saying projects that ought to have been ended in a year or two have been dragged for about 3 to 4 years. Reasons, one, is pardon. Second, is also outright stealing by the civil servants. So I think that I strongly also share the view that our focus should now be shifted more on the activities, of these civil servants in different ministries. I also agree to that in total.
Landry, you look at the population of the civil service of this country, quite not much, but they control so much. They control so much and they control government, whether or not we like it. Now, let's not forget, this is just a budget proposal. Now, I want to believe this is what would normally happen. This is just a budget proposal, and usually after every budget proposal, when it comes to release of funds now, not all of the monies will be released. But then, because these civil servants are in charge, when monies are released, one of the first things they tend to do would be to sort out those areas that they had actually padded first before they begin to talk about. Is that actually what happens?
Exactly. I mean, unfortunately, if you listen to the response of the humanitarian affairs minister, she made it clear that even the budget for 2022 of about 20 billion that was there for the ministry has not even been released by the Ministry of Finance, much less we are now over 200 billion has been surreptitiously inserted in their budget without their knowledge. I mean, so this, you can tell quite a number of them. If you come to Abuja now, many of the hotels are like fully booked. Activities are almost like on daily basis with different ministries and departments and agencies of government, because this is the last minute when quite a number of those activities are hurriedly implemented, when there will be little oversight monitoring, and because it's almost coming to the end of the year, and they use the excuse of, oh no, we need to just expend some of those budgetary provisions before the next fiscal year. Also, for that reason, December is usually, I mean, it's known in Abuja generally, is usually the period for the civil servants, ministries, departments, and agencies to spend most of the money, and that is where quite a whole lot of, the diversion, the corruption, and mismanagement do happen. So I know that something must have really changed between how it is done before now, where it would have been padded from the ministry. We've had reasons here to know before where some ministries, I think even the National Human Rights Commission, the ICPC complained at some point that some things, provisions in terms of buying maybe motorcycles and whatever, were inserted in their budget without their knowledge. That was actually played at the doorstep of the parliamentarians. So now it is moved from padding at the ministry level and now to the Ministry of Finance. So what it means is we need to also understand and check, as the padding at the individual ministry, department, and agency has stopped, or this is even the escalation of an addition to the padding that must have started from the ministries. Now the Ministry of Finance have added its own. So at the end of the day, the real budget that Nigeria is implementing or requiring would possibly be around 60 to 50% of the actual budgetary provision and allocation. The other percentage is just pilfered between the civil servants and the politicians. So when we don't get the real face value of our annual budgetary provisions and budgetary approval, when you consider the atrocities that are committed by many of the other implementers that are associated with the budget.
Okay, on a final note now, Nasser, I mean, when a minister appears before members of the National Assembly now, and who are asking that minister why setting amount wasn't, what setting amount of money is meant for in the minister's budget, and then the minister says, I'm not aware. I mean, it clearly shows the budget document that the lawmakers have might be different from what the minister has. How does one explain that?
Yeah, that goes to show that, one, it has been always, an act that has been carried out by the civil servant in both ministries and other government parastatals, and then finally the Ministry of Finance, to the extent that those responsible for the final copy, production of the final copy of the budget proposals, are in one way or the other capable of being complicit in this, odious and perhaps, criminal act. And also, we need to check further with those responsible at the different ministries and parastatals, those civil servants that are also saddled with the responsibility of, one, drawing up and submitting this budget, and their counterparts, in the Federal Ministry of Finance. And it is not just enough for the minister to say, okay, I don't know. The minister ought on her own, collect after need to have gone peruse through what was presented to the National Assembly. It is through that process that the minister will be able to understand whether items were inserted or items were, removed from the proposals that are the copy she has. Now, having done so, one other thing that I think that I will, advise that we take very seriously is the input of civil society organizations at these levels, particularly beyond the observer status they are given, in the National Assembly. They also need to be beyond observation. They also need to be given some, opportunities to ask one or two questions that will aid and the process. Not doing that will further, embolden the civil servant, knowing fully well that it is between them and, the elected representatives. I go back to, and this brings me to my earlier point. This thing has been going on since the beginning of this democracy. And I think we need to be serious about it. We need to ensure that, because all these things come up because all this development rear themselves, bring itself up because we have a transiting assembly. The National Assembly is also, 2023 election is coming up, and perhaps they will need to expose this and make this exposure because they are not sure if they are going to benefit, from the output. This particular party. So that's why they now quickly blow the whistle, because knowing fully well that not many of them, not all of them are going to benefit, and so therefore they now quickly raise, blow the whistle for the ministry and the civil servants. So we need to, at this juncture, like I said, one, strengthen the institutions of democracy, particularly civil society organizations and journalists. We need to agitate for a space in the National Assembly, not just an observer status space, but an observer status with a limited mandate that will give them the opportunity to raise and ask questions when such budgets are presented or are about to be presented, or when ministries are asked to come out to defend their budgets before the National Assembly.
I get your point. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program and for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we'll take a short break now and we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria last week launched new banknotes replacing the 200 naira, 500 naira and 1,000 naira notes in an effort to fight counterfeiting, the financing of terrorism, and others. Now, during the launch, President Buhari underscored the importance of redesigning the new naira notes. He explained that it will aid the country to address the issue of illicit financial flow, fight corruption, improve the nation's economy, as well as ensure the advancement in the value of the naira. On his part, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, debunked insinuations that the early unveiling of the new note is meant to target some Nigerians. According to him, the CBN will intensify the monitoring process and interrogate the process of withdrawals. Emefiele maintained that there will be heavy restrictions on the volume of cash that people can withdraw over the counter as it works with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to monitor the purpose of any heavy transactions. Let's take a listen more now to what he said.
What we've had in the past is the insistence that, oh, this is a cash economy. There is no economy that is imbued with the thinking that it has to be cash economy. The world has moved away from cash, predominantly cash, to cashless economy. And I think Nigeria and the Central Bank of Nigeria is prepared at this time to move towards a cashless economy. And that is the reason why, following the redesign and issuance of this note, we would go forward to insisting that cashless will be nationwide. We will restrict the volume of cash that people will withdraw over the counter. If you need to draw large volumes of cash, you will fill uncountable forms. We will take your data, whether it's your BVN, your NIN, so that security agencies like EFCC or enforcement agencies like EFCC and ICPC can follow you and be sure that you are taking that money for good purpose. We have to work as a country. Nigeria is the biggest country, both in population and economy in Africa. And we have to ensure that we do things the right way that also positions us as a leader in Africa and one of the leading countries in the world. We must do things right, and I think it will start from.
Well, joining me now to discuss this further is microeconomic expert, Professor Ken Ife. He joins us from Abuja. Prof, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Let me start by asking how important this redesigning is for the country.
It's extremely important. The bandwidth is very funny. It's extremely important because for so many reasons, it's been long overdue. Most countries will do it within 5 to 8 years. The average is 6 years. With technology, over 20 years we haven't done it. The technology has caught up with us. Those who are faking the currency and are actually now outpacing the bank itself. So we don't even know the size of that illicit economy. We don't know. All we do know is that 2.6 trillion of our 3.3 trillion are not in the banking sector. But you don't know how much more that are there, chasing the few goods and services and then fueling inflation. But from ECOWAS, we work in 15 member states. We don't usually go to look for these are our personal allowance when we are traveling because they won't give you. So people tend to carry their naira with them in their pocket. So if you go throughout the 15 countries, naira is the second currency, and then it's more intense. The use is more intense in the northern frontier states of francophone countries. We have 100 million francophone countries surrounding us in the north: Niger, Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, Benin, Cameroon. They're all using naira to trade. They don't pay us in dollar. They carry all the goods from the northern side, and they pay in naira, not even in their franc CFA. So a lot of our money is outside the shores, and a lot of it are also fake currency. And so we need to rein these issues caused by insecurity, about the fact that the settlement of some of these ransoms are being done, and they need to put a check on those. But what gives me a lot of pleasure is the fact that you can track this currency, and then it's now going to be more difficult to imitate. It's very, very important. But there's a lot of speculation as well. The speculation on our naira has haven't even made it impossible for us to control inflation the way we would have liked to. But now they're all coming to a head, and I think that it will get worse before it gets better. The inflation will go up a little bit more, then the exchange rate will go up and come down, go up and come down, but it will settle down around January, when many of the diaspora that will also be the high price of dollar to bring in money for the Christmas. So, but around that November, January side, it will begin to stabilize. February, it will begin to stabilize.
Let's talk about the security, and I'm so happy you did talk about that this currency can be tracked. It means the security features in the currency would have been upgraded and all of that. But some people just think this redesigning is just basically a change of color.
No, it is a change of color for you and me who will use our eyes to see it. But the electronic tags in there could be seen by all the spectrum. It could be seen by infrared, by ultraviolet light, by satellite, by all kinds of technology will be seen there. That's why they can track it. So we don't know what else is in the electronic tag, but the electronic systems know what is there and they can track it. It's possible now for you to get a few bunch of currencies and describe the trajectory of those. Which bank received it from central bank, which branch received it from their branch, and then how the journey of the money. You can tell all that. And then, of course, the difficulty of duplicating it, of faking it, which might mean that it might be based on some robust technology, like blockchain technology or whatever.
Let's talk about what the CBN governor talked about earlier. I mean, I played the soundbite. He talked about the emphasis now on cashless, that people would not be able to withdraw so much cash over the counter, and that they'll be made to fill so many forms, basically discourage people from withdrawing cash, but go cashless. What do you make of that? Do you think that could be a turn-off for some people, especially for the unbanked in this country?
I don't think the unbanked need a lesson on what to do with their money, because they're already using 2 million people are out there, every hook and cranny, with their POS, and they have electronic transfers going on, and they don't have to have Apple phone, or they don't have to have the Android. They're using their Nokia to Nokia and using the USSD infrastructure, payment infrastructure. They're using those. These people they're better. We saw it during the 2020 COVID-19. The banking sector, despite the shutdown, we're all in our houses transacting, and the growth was 15% for the banking and financial sector throughout the whole of 2020 and most of 2021. They were recording 15% growth rate. In the last GDP figure, they got 18.3% growth rate, the banking and financial sector. So the people they're using, okay, if you look at transactions, Nigeria is number 6 in the world in the number of electronic transactions. And we do 3.5 billion transactions, which is equal to 200 trillion naira that is being transacted on the 200 trillion. And then America is even 1.2 billion, nowhere near Nigeria. And we're number 6 in the world after India and China and South Korea. We're very high. In the villages, don't need the cash. How much cash are they carrying? 200,000, 100. How much is it that they cannot give the POS to save for them? Go to the market. Every POS you see, there's a small notebook besides them, recording how much has been to them. Things have moved on. POS banking, internet banking, they've moved on. So we have to move on as well with carrying this cash around.
So tell us, Prof, some people have been complaining about the deadline, the timeline given by the CBN. The CBN has said, look, by January 31st, the old notes will no longer be accepted. But some people are saying that's a short time for people to be able to turn in their old notes, especially for those in the rural areas. What do you make of that?
I think they're just crying wolf, to be honest, because tell me how much in your village, in your own remotest village, How much money do you think people are holding there? Would you think that an average person will hold 200,000 naira in the village there? Do you think, is there any way you have almost 2 million people all over? There's no corner. There's no corner of this country you do not have somebody sitting under the umbrella with POS, collecting money from you and giving you money. And then if you go to any market, you see them with their umbrella and a small notebook where people are actually keeping account. The retailers, the market people will go and give them the money for the day, they record it. And as they are recording it, somebody else is standing to collect cash. So these people is just crying wolf. You don't need more than 14 days for people to turn in whatever they have. It is those who are carrying billions of naira that are worrying about how to get them back into the banking system and paying 20% or 10% for people who are going to lodge these monies into their accounts, different accounts. It's not the real trader that we're talking about, or the people that, how would you take in this day and age, with the level of insecurity, you're telling me people will carry 500,000 in a village and put it in and sleep under their pillow? I don't know that is happening, because with their Nokia to Nokia, which is the most rudimentary, they are still transacting. You have agency banking. Even First Bank alone has more than 160,000 agents all over the place dealing with this. So I don't know where people are getting all that from. The time is enough. We should just close that chapter right now and then get on with it.
All right, Prof. We just have to thank you very much for talking to us, and we thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's turn to oil and gas now. Nigeria State Oil Company, that's NNPC Limited, last week officially started drilling for oil and gas at a field in the northern part of the country that has reserves of 1 billion barrels, as the country seeks to produce crude outside the Niger Delta region for the first time. According to NNPC Limited, the phase 1 of the Kolmani project would have an oil refinery, gas processing unit, 300 megawatt power plant, and a fertilizer plant producing 2,500 tons a day. NNPC Limited first announced in 2019 the discovery of crude oil, gas, and condensate in commercial quantity in the Kolmani area between Bauchi and Gombe states in northeastern Nigeria, a region that is, of course, facing, insurgency and, of course, terrorism. In the flag-off ceremony last week, President Buhari urged NNPC and its partners to work with local communities and draw lessons from the restive Niger Delta region, where militants have in the past blown up pipelines, accusing oil companies of neglecting locals. Although no major oil firm is involved in the project, local firms Sterling Global Oil and New Nigeria Development Commission, a conglomerate owned by 19 northern states, will be in charge of the project. Now, what does this mean for Nigeria's oil and gas industry? Oil and gas expert engineer Alex Nei joins us on the program from Warri. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on the program. How significant is this development, drilling for oil and gas in the north of the country? Something most of us never knew was going to happen.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this issue. They are also seeking for foreign investors. There are some basic ingredients you need to start making this type of pronouncements. I've seen a sample of the oil via WhatsApp. It looks good, but we don't know what the API gravity is. But at the same time, it looks good. I've also been told they've drilled 2 wells, which means they finished exploration. What they want to drill now is development wells. To come up with a figure of 1 billion barrels, 2 exploratory wells or 2 development wells, whatever the case might be, will be too small to use to determine and say we have 1 billion barrels. Again, it depends on the relative location of the 2 wells. If they have the structure right, and the 2 wells are positioned in such a distance they can use to confirm it's 1 billion barrels reserve they have, that would make sense. So until we start seeing some of these details, one cannot say, but if you cannot use 2 wells, that's why I say it depends on the position, where the 2 wells are located for you to say you have 1 billion barrels. But I would say it's a welcome development. At least it will ease the pressure. But for any investor, international investor who want to come to the area and invest, first and foremost, they will have to go through all these processes and be sure. Nobody wants to invest in a situation where there's insecurity and the numbers are not right. So the Nigerian government should be ready to disclose to the foreign investors details to convince them that they really have 1 billion barrels. So that is the starting point. But from what we're seeing, the crude looks good. I don't know what the API gravity is in terms of refinery.
Can you help us to understand this technical? When you say API gravity, what exactly do you mean? At least break that down for lay people to understand.
Okay, like the Kaduna refineries, for example, people say it's heavy crude they need, in which case crude with higher viscosity, which means they are not properly cooked. For Bonny Light, Escravos crude and all those are high API gravity crude, which goes anywhere. But if you have a refinery design for heavy crude, like Kaduna refinery, for example, Escravos still supply Kaduna refinery. So there are portions of the refinery that handle heavy crude, which we were getting from Venezuela through Escravos while I was there. So the Kaduna refinery also handle both the heavy crude and the Escravos crude. So that's all right. But the API gravity, which is the value of that crude, will determine what type of refinery you build. That's why I say we need to know the API gravity, which is like the density of that crude, to know exactly whether it is in the class of Bonny Light or in class of Venezuela crude, which we are importing for heavy lubes and all that. So these are still details that we yet to see on the internet or WhatsApp. But these are some critical things the foreign investors will need. First, they want to get how does the structure look like? Where are the 2 wells drilled? Based on that 2 wells, based on their position and where the structure is, somebody can agree, well, you have 1 billion. Until those things are well cleared out, no international investor will want to come in. So those are things we have to really work on as a country.
Now talking about international investments, talking about international investors, we are at a time when the world is, if you like, moving away from fossil fuel, and that's the talk out there. The world it's moving away from fossil fuel. Some of these European nations, Western nations have actually set deadlines for themselves, deadlines now to completely move away from fossil fuel. And now we're discovering new oil fields. How difficult, under the circumstance, do you think it will be for us to find international investors?
Well, everybody is watching the international game going on. You remember at one time they were talking about frack oil, in which case tight reservoirs with very low permeability, porosity, they frack it to bring out oil when oil was scarce. That happened. America did it. Even as a student in the university, experimental ones were done in the early 70s when we were in the university. But it wasn't right. When the price was right, then they go ahead and did it, and they use it to produce oil. America at one point was ready to export oil to other countries based on frack. Now, this concept that we are migrating from the fossil fuel to renewable, Nigeria still have a chance. Where are we? We are still importing petrol and all this. So if we put our house together and we know exactly what we're doing, with what we have, we should be able to develop this country, irrespective of what is going on. For the next 20 years, we're still going to be here. So we have to sit down and do our due diligence rather than just take things on the surface. It is true the rest of the world is moving to renewable, yes. You use what you have to get what you want. For now, we cannot compete with the international world in terms of renewable. We'll gradually go into it, but we still have crude. So let us get us together and do the right thing so that we can elevate ourselves. We can have electricity by ourselves without going anywhere, petrol, diesel, and all these things that we still need. These are things we can do, and we still have time. Since we have the crude, we can use it to develop ourselves and put in place all the new things we are thinking about. And we still have time. So the concept that the international investors will not come or this will not come, there's enough money already in the country. With all the stolen money we are seeing being released or whatever, what does it take to build a refinery? If we are very prudent, what will it take to build a refinery? If I see the figures that I'm seeing around of recovered money and whatever, if we are really serious, those money should be invested in such a way that the turnover on this money, stolen money that we are recovering, could turn this country around, irrespective of foreign investors. But I tell you, if the foreign investors are really sure you have 1 billion and the price is right, they will still go for it.
Now, in most
places, they will still go for it. So
now, in most places where oil has been discovered, including Nigeria, of course, is that you know it's both a blessing and a curse, especially in terms of environmental degradation and you know, some of the problems that come with this prospecting for oil or drilling for oil and all of that. With what we have seen in the Niger Delta, talk about the environmental pollution, degradation, and the kind of terrible things that have been done to the environment there. What lessons do you think we need to learn so that this is not replicated in this area that oil has been discovered? I mean, oil drilling has started.
Let me tell you, I worked in the US and several other places, even in Nigeria here. We have the capability of producing the oil without causing all the pollutions we're seeing. It's a conscious decision. When you have a DPRO that comes around, there's oil spill. Once the price is right, how many barrels? They say it's 20 gallons. In reality, it could run into thousands of barrels. So the insincerity in the Nigerian system makes all these things to happen. You can drill and produce the oil with minimum pollution. Let us be sincere. We are trained for this business. You can drill and produce with minimum pollution. And now that we found oil there, if this government want to be honest, they should get people who are knowledgeable to guide them. There are several people around who have knowledge that are hanging. If Nigeria wants to do things right, we have people to do it. So this idea of, say, pollution, what is going on in the Niger Delta and all that, these are man-made things. When oil leaks out of a pipe, based on intelligence and based on pressure and all that, somebody will know. If it is only one barrel that is lost to cause pollution, somebody will know. But the insincerity, that's why you see all the pollution around. You have a flow station that the pipe bursts near it. It may be for several hours. We know what that flow station is producing per day. So if you have a ruptured pipe within X period of hours, somebody can quickly go back and calculate and come up with an approximate value. Because once that happens, depending on where it's happening, the rate at which we gush out, we can estimate. So once you know, you tackle it. These are not things that we are not capable of doing. It's just the insincerity. That's why we have all this pollution. Take Ogoni, for example, and take the Niger Delta, other Niger Delta area, for example. These are things that could be handled properly. We've gone far in this industry that we can drill and produce oil without polluting if we really want to be sincere with ourselves. But unfortunately, the industry is being captured by people who don't really understand the principle. Some of them understand the principle, but they connive and they are compromised. Standards, all these areas you are seeing polluted and all that, somebody is aware, they just ignore. So it's possible. The government is ready for it. We still have the capability to. We still giving. They are long gone. We are not in the days of John D. Rockefeller and all those anymore. Long. Way back, 75, 80s and whatever. People drill in the US. When mistakes happen in the Gulf of Mexico, you see how they handled it.
Exactly.
So what is the difference? So I don't think it should be an issue. But the government has to put a square peg in square hole. You set up all kinds of boards, all kinds of people employed and whatever. What is the background? What do they know? There are a lot of people hanging out there that can salvage this country if the government wants to be sincere. So that's where we are.
Okay.
I don't see any problem.
All right. Engineer Alex Ney, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thank you for your insights there. That's how much we can take on the program this week. But thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer, tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife. Around 6, I went to go to my working place for St. Farako. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again. Around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way go work. So I gave family. My daughter is a 2-month that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where the hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I just see my leg, they call, I'm not carrying my leg again. Where would it get? They thought they'll do everything, they clean my body and my laps, they clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside do. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother he not have much like that. So maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. say na youth where they in charge of these youngsters. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person where pick my call, whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. He transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they consume money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I will hear and say all panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost look like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in children for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of our or the person where they in charge make it enter inside, make go meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They said the people never answered them very well. That the government they bring a black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But today I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no fuse and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet dey, doctor said they no fit remove am for now because they the way the vein dey. Now here in there, they no fit remove am for now. Let the bullet come off that place where in there. If they want to remove am, they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this, my leg not move am like this. But I try to move am like this. I fit do am. If I want use and do work self, but if I want try to use and do work, make I dey use and do exercise. I no fit use and do work well. I dey use industrial machine. But I use and fresh machine like this, the thing to carry and come back, I not fit carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government, need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I know all this will happen to me. I not be expect. Since almost a year now, I stay for house. How are you they feel now? They go feel another question. I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God say I see their life because my time now reach. Now only God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know if that bullet you hit me for tail or hit me for head. I don't know how God even take do me a miracle. How it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Ecosphere. I am Mary Kanu. Now, 2022 has been a year of big weather events. A climate catastrophe in Pakistan that killed thousands and displaced millions. Europe and parts of China experienced extreme temperatures this summer, and the U.S. continues to see a consistent lack of rainfall. Meanwhile, millions in the Horn of Africa are starving due to an epic drought, and in Nigeria, the recent flooding that destroyed homes, hectares of land, and killed over 600 people was also a reminder that climate change is real. This is the reason why the meeting of world leaders, environmentalists and activists in Egypt at the Conference of Parties, otherwise known as COP, is a big deal as it provides a platform for African nations to discuss a climate finance package to advance the African Union's climate strategy. The 27th edition of the conference is ongoing, and discussions on mitigation and adaptation methods as well as other issues have been raised and are being discussed. Well, to bring us up to speed with some of the discussions, Aribabu Suleiman, an environmental activist, joins me on the program live from Egypt. It's good to have you join me. Now, it's 2 days until the end of COP27. Now, what has been achieved so far? What are some of the highlights and discussions that have been held so far, especially regarding Africa?
This is the high-level week of these negotiations. Ministers of various countries will be coming in, while their group of negotiators will be handing over to the ministers in case there are issues that they are unable to agree on. But in terms of whether this COP is living up to its being as an African COP in terms of the expectation of Africa, I cannot say that in a positive. I cannot respond in a positive for now, but then we still have more than 2 more days of negotiations to go. So some of the expectations for Africa in terms of adaptation financing, in terms of loss and damage funding mechanisms, in terms of mitigation commitments are not coming through. Expectations in terms of special needs and consideration for Africa are not flying the way we are thought. However, the negotiation still continues, and some good decisions. But don't forget, this is called the implementation COP. So meaning that a lot of the commitments on Paris Agreement, a lot of the commitments from Glasgow, this is where we should be talking about how do we implement, what needs to be put in place, what funding mechanism, what commitments or pledges are being made, and how are these being actualized, what kind of partnership do we build for implementation. Because the next COP 28 in the UAE will be the global stock taking, and you cannot do global stock taking unless there have been some severe, intense efforts around implementations. So for now, the negotiations are still on, and we keep raising our voices with the hope that it will break conscience where it ought to be, and have some positive response in terms of the outcome of the negotiations.
Well, financing has been on the front burner. You know, African nations have made demands for monetary commitments from developed nations. Now, will money solve the issues of climate change in Africa?
Money is required to solve the issue of climate change. Perhaps the question will be, do I see the money coming? So there's a lot of money we need to come to Africa, even though Africa's share of climate financing, climate investment is still very poor. For instance, in terms of renewable, Africa's share of the total global investment in renewable is just about 3%. So Africa needs money. Money will do a lot, especially for building resiliency to our big transportation system that helps and what have you. Especially in terms of those monies that are supposed to come from climate debts to be paid by developed countries who have brought us all to where we are at. Because if you remember, since Copenhagen and then Mexico, 2009, 2010, there has been this fund about raising $100 billion up to 2020 annually. This has not happened. Not much of that has been given. And Africa is actually saying that for adaptation, the continent will require that the bar be raised to about $150 billion annually to 2025. None of this money seems to be coming. However, there are other monies in terms of private sector money. Is it the kind of money that the continent needs to build resilient infrastructure, to build resilient energy access, to industrialize? What manner of money would be beneficial that do not push the continent into another depth of debts which we currently are in? So those monies that ought to come based on different common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities principle of the convention do not seem to become. Yes, a lot of money you hear, but these monies are far in between. For instance, it's estimated that there is a gap of about $125 billion annual gap between what Africa needs for energy infrastructure and what it is.
The G20 summit is also being held, knowing that this would be another opportunity to call on rich nations to honor their promises to tackle climate change. What are your expectations of the discussion, and do you expect to see some major deals, especially on climate finance, to be made this year?
Well, so it's obvious that no global negotiations, no multilateral process can ignore the issue of climate finance, can ignore the issue of coming up with money to help, especially in view of some of the extreme climate events that we're seeing all over the world. And of course, especially in view of, again, of the crisis, the energy crisis that is rocking Europe and part of the Americas due to the conflict going on. So this has brought new realities. So the G20 summit perhaps will be another opportunity for negotiation. But I think it's really calling out the integrity of the negotiations, the sincerity of the multilateral process. Just looking more like endless negotiations. The commitments, the pledges, the disbursements are not commensurate with the kind of conversation, the kind of data that people have in terms of what needs to be done and their willingness to do the right thing. Pretty low on ambition and actualization.
Well, all right now, Suleiman Aribabu, environmentalist, thank you for joining me on the program. We'll take a break now, but when we return, the program will continue. Just stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Well, floods are not uncommon in Nigeria during the rainy season from May to November, but they have been extreme this year. Officials and residents blame climate change, but also poor planning and the release of excessive water from dams, a process that is meant to ease pressure. Our farmers were warned ahead of time, but this wasn't enough, as the country was already witnessing rampant insecurity, with gunmen repeatedly attacking rural communities, which forced many farmers to abandon their fields. Now, food inflation year on year was also at 23.3%, in part because of ripple effects on the import-dependent country from the coronavirus pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, with all of these, how has food production been affected in Nigeria, and what is also to be expected? To speak on this, Julius Organ, agro-enthusiast, joins me now on the program. Now, please speak to us about what you would say has been the level of damage the floods have wreaked on crop yields in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show once again. I'll go straight to the point. I would say that we've lost a lot as a nation. We've lost farmlands, we've lost property, we've lost about 600 of our citizens to death by the floods. And I'll go on to give you some examples. In Jigawa State alone, NEMA, that is the National Emergency Management Agency, reports that more than 1,500 farming communities in 22 local government areas in Jigawa State were impacted by the flood. In Bayelsa, the whole state was almost inundated and submerged. In Nasarawa, 45,000 hectares of land belonging to Olams. Olams is the biggest commercial rice farm in Nigeria, was impacted. And Olams reports that it has lost about $15 million of investment to the flood. So we are still, as I speak to you, counting the cost of damage in terms of property, in terms of farms, and in terms of humans that we lost in the deluge.
Now, the flood aside, we went from insecurity worries and how farmers were being killed in their farmlands to worrying about the effects of climate change on food production and now the flooding. Now, would you term this a national crisis in the agricultural sector?
It is beyond a national crisis, my sister. It is a national calamity. It's a national emergency, because what has happened is going to have a long-term effect. Farms that were inundated are completely lost. Farmers have lost their yield for the year. Now, let's even look at the fact that we do not have a very active national reserves. We are supposed to have reserves in the national grain, in the silos, in the national silos and the National Grains Reserves Program. But we don't have enough to cushion what is going to be the after effect of what we have experienced from the floods. The after effect is going to be, there's going to be very poor, if any, harvest. And thereafter, there's going to be rising costs and inflation in food prices. So if we do not have enough reserves in the national reserves to supplement what we have in the market, then there's going to be mass hunger in the land. That is in a very mild way of trying to paint a picture of what we are about to face. So I think it's a national emergency.
The flood caused loss of lives and properties, but would you say it has been all bad for agriculture in Nigeria?
Say that again, please. I didn't get your question.
If you can hear me, I asked that the flood caused, well, probable loss of lives and properties, but has it been all bad for the agricultural sector in Nigeria?
Definitely. No other sector is worse impacted. And if you consider the fact that the majority of our active population are actually subsistence farmers, then you understand the picture of what is ahead of us. It is, farmers are very well impacted, I must say, because we've lost livestock. We are also losing farm produce. They practically lost their investment, because if for Olams, for instance, $15 million of rice estate, 45,000 hectares of rice, it's beyond what some African countries could invest in as their total, production for the year. So we're actually in for difficult times, I must say to you. There is no way of overstating the impact of what has happened, because there is our farming is basically seasonal. We depend on rain-fed agriculture. So the rains came and we intended to, make the best of it. And the rains came in form of a disaster. So you can imagine what it is.
I mean, we know that water is needed. So in essence, are you trying to say that that huge amount of flood, the water, did not do anything positive for the crops in the country?
I would say both yes and no. Flooding is entirely not a bad incident is not supposed to be entirely a disaster, but because of land degradation over time, because of the way we live, because of the way communities and cities are spread, that is why we suffer the shocks even more. Flooding causes damage in the sense that it washes away farmlands, like we saw in Anambra, and we also lost human lives. It causes landslides in many instances, and then it inundates property and washes off crops. It also causes other effects, like the aftermath could be like we'll have waterborne diseases like diarrhea and cholera because water sources have been polluted. So, but then, if you look at history, you will see that the Nile River Basin in Egypt, for instance, uses the floodwaters as an agricultural production stimulator. So when you have the river basins, which are natural receptacles for too much water, they get silted up with manure. So the soil basically improves after the flood. So you can find out that if you go to some riverine areas, there are people who move close to river basins and cultivate they do dry season farming, especially relating to vegetables on river basins. Why? Because the flood has deposited silted alluvial soil and brought nutrients from other places to the river basin area. That's the benefit of having floods. But in a situation whereby we have degraded land, you find out that the water channels are clogged to the refuse or have been built up. Then the water is beginning to find areas where it is going to settle. That is when we have damaging floods. And in places like Anambra, you know what happens in Anambra? The governor has described it as the landslide capital of Africa. So it's that bad when entire communities lose their land and property because of water which is in motion. So that's how bad it can go. There are the positive effects are not nearly as much as the negative impacts we're feeling because of the way we have chosen to live.
Well, away from the flood matter, the climate change conference is currently ongoing, and African leaders and environmentalists have made demands for financial aids to solve the effects of climate change. Do you agree that if injected into the economy, money can solve the issue of climate change, and then maybe we can see an improvement in the agricultural sector?
I would say that money is not enough. We can burn up the entire world trying to look for money or trying to make money. In fact, the pursuit of money is in the guise of industrialization is the major principal cause and driving force behind global warming. Let's face the truth. The world is going into industrial production and releasing dangerous chemicals in order to make money. But like someone has warned, by the time we finish making money and cutting down all the trees, we'll discover that we can't eat money. We can't live on money. We need the world in order to spend money. So the pursuit of money is one of the principal reasons behind climate change and global warming. We have to face this as a fact. But then we could use money to drive other developmental initiatives like the Sustainable Development Goals. We could use money to pursue the cause of renewable energy. So we stop, like in Africa, we stop the culture of cutting down trees in order as fuel wood. So let's face the fact, we could damage the world in the cause of looking for money. Money is not the immediate solution to this problem. The solution lies in the world coming together and telling ourselves the raw facts that we could make money, but we won't be able to eat money. And the world is wearing away, and time is passing us by. And climate change is global. Everybody is impacted by it. Rich and poor alike. Thank you very much.
Climate change is indeed real. Well, Julius Aga, agro-enthusiast, thank you very much for joining me on the program.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Many thanks for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Deep inside Ekpe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
àmọ́ gbéborùn kò jẹ́ ká jẹun abásíìkì kò jẹ́ ká rí bí jáde tá olóyún wọ́n máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù àárí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni àárí bí jáde ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú àárí bí lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣó ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kọ́dà wá bá a la bíbí kán wá pa àkógbèbùrù kán bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekpe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ẹnu ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí ó yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tí ó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojúkọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Èjìrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed. Tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Èjìrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò yẹ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti gbà bíbá ẹ̀ máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lò 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbá yìí a lè ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe àṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tó à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí gbébùnrin tá bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ ohun kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage àfi ń jẹun bí so tá bá dẹ̀ ti pé nǹkan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ láti ẹ̀tún máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba ohun kan yẹn jẹ́ so dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú mo wá síbí báyìí láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí wọ́n máa pẹja ń lu yìí torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom torí ẹ̀ mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìbáyìí ni pé
bí ìbá ibo ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀ one so school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bí ìbá iná kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ ń bí ìbá school tó wà ń bí ìbá bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bíbá fún wọn student wọn ní bíbá kò dé sí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbòòrò kò sí ní bíbá so nǹkan tó ń tẹ̀ wá ní bíbá yìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome to the program. I am Abisola Adebayo. Nigeria state-owned NNPC Limited has officially started drilling for oil and gas at a field in the northern part of the country that has reserves of 1 billion barrels as the country seeks to produce crude outside the Niger Delta region of the country for the first time. According to NNPC Limited, the phase 1 of the coal mining project would have an oil refinery, gas processing unit, 300 megawatt power plant and fertilizer plant producing 2,500 tons a day. NNPC Limited first announced in 2019 the discovery of crude oil, gas and condensate in commercial quantity in the Kolmani area between Bauchi and Gombe states in northeastern Nigeria, a region that has been battling with Islamist insurgency for a while. In the flag-off ceremony earlier this week, President Buhari urged NNPC and its partners to work with local communities and draw lessons from the restive Niger Delta, where militants have in the past blown up pipelines, accusing oil companies of neglecting locals. Although no major oil firm is involved in the project, local firm Sterling Global Oil, and New Nigeria Development Commission, a conglomerate owned by 19 northern states, will be in charge of the project. Now, what exactly does this mean for Nigeria's oil and gas industry? You know, oil and gas expert Bala Zaka is on the program today, and he will be joining me to discuss all of this further. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. So,
thank you.
Let me start by asking, what is your reaction to this? You know, Nigeria started drilling oil in the northern part of the region. How would you react to that?
Well, when I heard about the discovery around Kolmani and the arrival of Mr. President for flag off, well, it was something I appreciated generally. But looking at it also as an expert or as a practitioner in the oil and gas industry, I've always known that Nigeria has basins. You know, we have sedimentary basins and we have promising basins. As I speak to you now, I think we have about close to about 7 basins or thereabouts, starting with the prolific Niger Delta Basin. You know, we have so much fossil fuel there, or oil and gas, as people describe it. When you look at Lagos area or Lagos axis, I mean, Lagos axis falls into the basin we call Dahomey Basin. Oil has been discovered also there. When you look at the Anambra Basin, you know, I mean, oil and gas have been discovered. Then we have other basins that I have always described, or we can technically describe as potential basins. And those basins are like the Benue Trough, the Chad Basin, the Gongola Basin, and you have the Bidda Basin and the Sokoto Basin. So technically, Kolmani falls under Gongola Basin. So based on these discoveries, I mean, we are happy as practitioners, we are happy as Nigeria, and I think the oil and gas industry globally is happy. What we are waiting to see is the crystallization of activities, you know, so that at the end of the day, I mean, Nigeria will benefit from it, surrounding communities will benefit from it, the oil and gas industry community, whether locally or globally, will appreciate these discoveries.
This particular oil field is proposed to produce an estimated 50,000 barrels of oil per day. You know, that sounds like a big deal. What would you say to that?
Well, when you talk about endowments, when you talk about progress, as long as it is called progress, even if the increment or the increase is infinitesimal, as long as it is a positive increase, I mean, people will always appreciate it. What we don't want as Nigeria is we don't want stunted growth. We don't want a progress that will be backwards. But as long as it's a positive progress moving forward, we will appreciate it. Because you're just talking about oil now. You know, as we speak, Nigeria's proved reserve in terms of crude oil endowment is in excess of 36 billion barrels. And when you talk about crude natural gas, Nigeria's proved reserve in terms of natural gas is in excess of 200 trillion cubic feet. And when you talk about potential reserve, you're talking about something close to about 600 trillion cubic feet. That is huge. Because as you see Qatar today, I mean, World Cup is going on in Qatar. As lit as Qatar, as bright and as rich and as glamorous as Qatar, Qatar is just benefiting from just natural gas or their gas endowment. Then a country like Nigeria has natural gas and also crude oil endowments. In fact, Nigeria is more of a gas nation than a crude oil nation. So when you look at that, the only thing you can ask is what has been wrong in terms of trying to transform Nigeria into a great country. What is that thing that has made it difficult for Nigeria to diversify so that we can look like other great nations?
So now, how beneficial exactly is this discovery going to be to, you know, Nigeria's revenue generation?
Well, first of all, when you talk about fossil fuel, you know, Nigeria has been enriched. And whether people accept it or not, as we speak today, crude oil and gas constitute a very strong energy source globally. And people should not be deceived. in the next century and the century beyond, crude oil and gas will continue to be relevant and will continue to remain a very strong source of energy. Because as I speak to you right now, even coal is a very strong energy source and income generator for some nations. So moving forward, I mean, crude oil and gas will continue to be relevant. But we even are talking about cleaner fossil fuel. Even when you go to cleaner fossil fuel, Nigeria is more of a gas nation than an oil nation. What has always been the problem of Nigeria is trying to manage our God-given endowments. And let us get it very, very clear. Quote me that I said, the natural endowments that we have had, whether in energy or human beings or other solid mineral, is something that we can only appreciate the Almighty. But management, having visionary leaders that will make sure Nigeria is on the right pedestal and that will make sure Nigeria is on the right track, has always been the problems that we've been having. Because as I speak to you right now, Nigeria has everything to be an energy hub. Nigeria has everything to be the continental hub for Africa. But management, having that God-given endowment is one thing. Ability to manage it and crystallize it into something that will be beneficial to citizens, whether at local levels in Nigeria or to the Nigerian community or to the continent of Africa or to the global community, is another thing entirely.
Talking about management now, the situation with the Niger Delta region is not news to a lot of people, despite how blessed that region is. So what are the things that you would think the government should do or put in place so they would not repeat the same mistakes with the Niger Delta region?
I think this is my suggestion to the government of Nigeria. The government of Nigeria should come out clean. If we are having insecurity issues, say we are having insecurity issues. If we are having vandalization or theft or kidnapping issues, say we are having that. And the reason why it's always good to come out clean and be honest is when you say the truth, then people are ready to cooperate with you. But if you are losing investors and you are telling your citizens that the investors are moving away because they want to go into other sources of energy or they are diversifying. Meanwhile, in real sense, the investors are running away from business climate hostilities. Business climate hostility, this time around, I'm not talking only about the oil and gas industry. When you talk about business climate hostilities, they are probably running away from armed robbery. They are probably running away from extortion. They are probably running away from general insecurity. They are probably running away from community issues. They are probably running away from high cost of operations, like energy cost and the rest. So sometimes it's good to say it so that citizens will collectively make sure they support their governments to get it right. Because if the government is doing well, then citizens can be taken care of.
Right, so do you think this discovery might eventually spur solution to the security challenges in that region? Because how exactly is the government expected to attract foreign investment if there is no security in that region?
Well, like one thing about first of all, let us get this clear. Crude oil and gas is an international product, or they are international products. And that simply means you will continue to get foreign direct investors. You will continue to see the interest of the international investors and the international community. But there is one thing about the oil and gas industry. No matter how sweet your crude oil looks like, no matter how high the API gravity looks like, no matter how high what we call mobility ratio of your crude oil looks like, no matter how nice looking and other characteristics, or attributes of your crude oil and gas look like, if there is no security, your country or your product or your environment will not look like an attractive investment haven. So the first thing oil and gas industry practitioners look out for is security. So, and the security in the context of Nigeria is something artificial. With all the opportunities that are bound now that should make Nigeria to generate so much money, it is not the fault of anybody but Nigerians that we have bandits. It is the fault of Nigerians that we have kidnapping. It is the fault of Nigeria that we have community issues. It is the fault of Nigeria that we have pipeline vandalization. But if we can come together in national interest and most importantly, support our leaders and make sure also we have visionary leaders. Of course, security is something we can nip in the bud. Once we fix security, then everybody, whether local or international investors, will see Nigeria as a positive and a very good investment haven. And if they come in to invest, coupled with the corporations of Nigeria, then it will be a win-win situation for all parties.
Right, so let me ask you this question as an expert. Are you confident that this project will be a success? You know, considering the fact that even the refineries, most of the refineries in this country are not even working right now.
Whenever I'm asked a question about the success of Nigeria, especially in terms of crystallizing God-given wealth, you know, into positive products, I tend to be a bit reserved. I will continue to be a bit reserved because I have my practical reasons. As I speak to you right now, despite the need for energy, fossil fuel, in the context of Nigeria, quote me that I said, in Nigeria today, we do not have up to 15 active drilling rigs. And if you don't have active drilling rigs, how are you going to produce to meet up with your OPEC quota? How are you going to produce to even meet up with your internal budget plans and take care of your budget deficit? So it is one thing to be blessed with the resources. It is another thing to make sure you have visionary leaders that are supported and are surrounded by supporting lieutenants, so that everything about that endowment will yield positive products for the general benefits of everybody, whether the citizens, whether the country, whether foreign direct investors, whether the continent of Africa or the global community.
Right, so this discovery is the first of its kind in the country's north. Do you expect more of this in that side of the country?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, like I said, we have potential basins. In fact, those basins, we call them potential basins, and sometimes they are described as frontier basins, especially in the Petroleum Industry Act. What that simply means is they have so much endowment that we can never tell whether maybe they are in commercial quantity or they are not in commercial quantity. One thing about endowment is this: you can have it down there, but sometimes it is the technology that will determine whether you can deploy the technology and be able to recover whatever you need. Sometimes again, it could be security issues. We could have issues again with bad governance. We could also have issues with bad policies. So there are so many things. But our hope and prayer is that we will continue to make discoveries, not only in the oil and gas industry. We pray to make more discoveries in solid minerals. We hope and pray to make discoveries in agriculture. We hope to make discovery in science and technology, engineering, and the rest. But it is one thing to make all these positive discoveries. It is another thing to have leaders and we have technocrats that will make sure we benefit. And let me give you a practical example. Right. If you look at the way and manner the oil and gas industry in Nigeria has been mismanaged, quote me that I said, had it been the crude oil and gas in Nigeria or that we have in Nigerian reservoirs were not natural gifts, if they were to be based on creativity of leaders, if they were to be based on transparency of leaders, if they were to be based on the morality of leaders, quote me that I said Nigerian crude oil and gas will have disappeared to the reservoir of some countries. And that's the extent to which we want our leaders to help and put our country, which in all the other aspects, put our country on the right trajectory. Once we get it right on the right trajectory, quote me that Nigeria stands to become a great country and a leader not only within the continent of Africa, but among the Committee of Nations.
So although one would agree that this is one of the biggest discoveries of the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration, but you know, some people are beginning to toe the line of, oh, this discovery was made possible because of the APC administration in government. What would your reaction be to that?
Well, this is the way I will answer your question. If you ask an average person that doesn't really know much about the history of oil and gas in Nigeria, they will tell you that crude oil was discovered in Loibiri in 1956 or 58. But I can tell you as a practitioner that searching for crude oil in the Niger Delta started as far back as 1948. That was the period it started. So, but many people will not know. When you even talk about the Gongola Basin, search for oil in the Gongola Basin started a long time ago. The only thing I can tell you is within this time frame where we now have a President Muhammadu Buhari in power, certain things came into crystallization. But I will always say one thing. For a good Nigeria, we should put political affiliation away. We should put religious affiliation away. We should put regional affiliation and sectarian affiliations away. What we need to do is to look at national interest. And our prayer is that, yes, Kolmani activity started ages before even President Muhammadu Buhari thought of going into politics. But within his time as a president, yes, certain things crystallized. And our belief is long after President Muhammadu Buhari, we will see more. Other frontier basins will be explored. But at the end of the day, Nigeria will be the one to be better for it. Not any political party, not any individual, but the totality of Nigerians.
Right. Oil and gas expert Bala Zaka, thank you so much for coming on the program, and thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
Well, we'll go on a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking about something else entirely. Stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us on the program. So the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, is expected to appear before the Senate Committee on Special Duties to explain why the sum of 206 billion naira was inserted in the 2023 budget for the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. The committee issued the summons when the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Farouk, defended a ministry's 2023 budget proposal earlier this week. The decision was made sequel to the ability of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs to provide details of the proposed allocation. Farouk told the panel that she did not know how the 206 billion naira was inserted into our ministry's budget by the Ministry of Finance. She explained that our ministry in 2022 requested for funds for some projects for the Northeast Development Commission and the National Social Safety Net project, which was not released then, adding that she was surprised that 10 times the requested fund was now allocated in the 2023 budget. The Senate has now asked that the Minister of Finance appear before it with details and plans for the allocation made, despite the country's dwindling revenue and struggling economy. Anyways, joining me to discuss this further is Dr. Larry Suraj, is the chairman of Human and Environmental Development Resources Center. Thank you so much for joining me on the program. So this budget padding allegation, what do you think is going on? How would you react to it?
Well, I think what we can say is now going on is part of those things that we've actually happened to condemn with this government, which is about lack of coordination in the management of the affairs and also the operations of the government of President Muhammadu Buhari. And that is actually working now in the interest of, accountability. And also the oversight function of the National Assembly is also being appreciated, now. And I think they are waking up to that responsibility of real budget provision and proposition scrutiny. This is actually the role that the National Assembly was statutorily mandated to play. But what the National Assembly has been doing before now is either to conspire for padding or even pad their own budget. And at the same time, many times, the conspiracy with the civil servants and also the ministries. But the discordance that we've always experienced with this government, which has been almost the hallmark of the government, with ministers, arguing on particular issues separately within this government, is actually playing out. So with the denial by the humanitarian affairs of how the 206 billion got into the budget provision, it's good for democracy, and it's interesting. And it would be better if we eventually have the National Assembly seeing this to a logical conclusion, for people to also be appropriately indicted, and the president mandated to take necessary actions. Interestingly, it is not just the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. I think the total of what has been in the public domain would be in the range of over 400 billion. We've seen that there's almost the same thing in the budget for the Ministry of Defense. There's the same thing in the Ministry of Health, and several other ministries where several amount of money have found their way into the budgetary provisions for this several ministries, and obviously from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is the last stop before the budget preparation gets to the president for transmission to the National Assembly. So for me, this is where you're seeing the positive impact of the negative activities and operations of the government.
So what exactly will be the implication of this situation?
The implication of that is for, one, the people who are responsible for this. I mean, because the Ministry of Finance cannot make provision that does not emanate from the assigned ministries. So there's no way that the Ministry of Finance can justify any form of inflation of the budget of any ministry. So for that reason, this is more or less the opportunity for this government to actually hold responsible, appropriately sanction people who have been responsible for padding, and start the investigation even from the 2022 budget that will be ending very soon, by ensuring that we find out what exactly happened with the budget and how were they were padded, because people must have padded the 2022 budget provision and allocation, and then we will be seeing several forms of money disappearing between December, January, thereabout, when the fiscal year is coming to an end. The second point is, you can imagine where the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs even said that some of the budgetary provision for the ministry under the 2022 budget has not been released to the ministry up until now. So there will be a need to investigate that and hold people responsible for what that just happened.
Right. So do you see this maybe as just administrative incompetence, or is plain corruption?
No, this is not just plain corruption. This is an entrenched corruption. This is corruption taken too far. This is the highest level of impunity that you would experience from both civil servants and also politically exposed persons, political appointees. And that, like I said, the Minister of Finance would have to take responsibility for this, for what I've just played out. I mean, you're talking about several ministries, not just one. You're talking about a situation where ministries have not even in any way made some of these provisions before. One thing that is also clear is the fact that some areas where the civil servants have, as a tradition, padded the previous budget must have actually also been blocked. And some of those opportunities are not just available again, because they are pathologically, entrenched in the process of reaping some free money from the budgetary process, must have driven them to do this blatant, crass form of padding and overloading the budget for this to have happened, and possibly assuming that the National Assembly would not have the opportunity and detailed engagement of the process to ask questions like that just happened, which has now exposed several things. And like I said, the National Assembly must take this seriously with the president. The president must be compelled to take action, and where sanctions can be imposed for us to prevent the reoccurrence of a similar situation.
Right, Dr. Larry Sura, the Executive Chairman of EDA Resource Center, thank you so much for joining us on the program, and thank you for your insights.
Oh, always my pleasure.
Well, that's how much we can take on the program for this week. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you again next time. Bye-bye.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
On the news, Akwa Ibom YPP governorship candidate sentenced to 42 years imprisonment for fraud. Court remands student for tweet against Aisha Buhari as Nance calls for nationwide protest. President Muhammadu Buhari accuses governors of misappropriating local government allocation. It's a pleasure to have you join us on News Now. I am Simisola Adigun. A federal high court in Akwa Ibom has sentenced the governorship candidate of the Young Progressives Party, Basi Albert, to 42 years in prison for fraud. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had in 2019 arraigned Albert on a 6-count charge of allegedly taking possession of 6 vehicles worth 204 million naira when he was finance commissioner in the state. He was said to have collected one of the vehicles from Jide Omokore, an associate of the former Minister of Petroleum, Diezani Alison Madueke. Delivering judgment on Thursday, the presiding judge, Agatha Okeke, found the senator guilty of the offences. Consequently, he was sentenced to Ikotekpene prison to serve his jail term. Albert, a serving senator representing Akwa Ibom Northeast District, was a member of the People's Democratic Party. He, however, defected to the YPP in July, where he secured the party's ticket for the 2023 governorship election. Still in legal matters, Justice Halilu Yusuf of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has remanded Aminu Adamu, a student of the Federal University Dotse Jigawa at the Suleja Correctional Center in Niger State after tweeting about the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. The student was arraigned for cyber stalking and was denied bail despite pleading not guilty to the charges filed against him. Adamu, a 500-level student who was allegedly arrested by security officials on the orders of Aisha Buhari a few days ago, had in June tweeted in Hausa that the president's wife was feeding fat on poor people's money. Justice Halilu ordered the defendant to be remanded in Suleja prison pending the hearing and determination of his bail application. Meanwhile, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the detention of Adamu over the alleged defamatory post. NANS President Usman Barambu, in a statement on Thursday, demanded the unconditional release of the student of the Federal University Dutse and announced a nationwide protest for Monday, December 5, 2022, to press home the demand of the student's body. To give more insight into this development, Tunde Kolawole, legal expert, joins me now. Thank you for joining me, Tunde. Now, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding this case, but as a legal expert, can you tell us what is peculiar and what you may have found out about Aminu Adamu's case? Oh, I'm afraid we've lost our guest there, but moving on, President Muhammadu Buhari has said governors steal from local government council allocations. The president, who spoke extempore after delivering his speech at the Presidential Parley for members of the Senior Executive Course 44 for 2022 of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies at the State House, underscored that personal integrity is fundamental in the operations of government. President Buhari recalled an instance of how a state governor would receive allocation on behalf of council areas in his state, only to remit half of such allocation to the council chairman. These actions, he said, portrayed the sort of corrupt practices that are now symptomatic of Nigeria in dispensing resources meant for local council administrations, thereby undermining development.
The treatment of local governments. What they did, this is my personal experience. If the monies from the federal government to state government, say it's 100 million, let's put it 100 million. 50 million will be sent to the chairman with a letter that he will sign that he received 100 million. The governor will pocket the balance and share it with whoever he wanted. And then the chairman of the local government will see how much he must pay in salaries to help goes to development. Money for the salaries will be given and the balance will put in his pocket. This was happening. This is Nigeria. It's a terrible thing. You cannot say the person who was doing that was not educated. He was a qualified lawyer. He was experienced. Yet he participated in this type of corruption.
We go back now to the story of the student that was arrested on the orders of the wife of the president. Tunde Kolawole is back now. Thank you, Tunde, for joining me on the news. Like I asked earlier, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding this case. But as a legal expert, can you tell us what is peculiar and what you may have found out about Aminu Adamu's case?
You were asking about procedures. Hello, I'm listening.
Yes, I'm listening, sir. You can go on.
Well, in my humble opinion or my understanding of the law, there are three basic issues that are involved in this. One is criminal defamation. The other one, which is could be described as cyber stalking or cyber crime. And of course, too, you have civil defamation. And lastly, you may want to look at the issues from the moral perspective. Starting from the moral perspective, when the person has stepped into public office, are they not liable to criticism by the citizens, those who elected and put them in power? And if leaders or people in public offices have to start a reaction to whatever the citizens say or those who put them in power say, would they even have time to devote to the work for which they have been elected? The second one is an African tradition. Is a child about the age of 2023 that boy is set to be. Is it appropriate for him as a person to enforce the passing of the wife of Mr. President? That is Madam Madam Buhari. Morally, that may not be correct. Secondly, two wrongs don't make a right. The fact that Mrs. Buhari is in public office, she should know that she's liable to be criticized by the citizens. We and I have seen not too long ago when the president of France was campaigning and a citizen slapped the president. The president merely made a joke out of that effort. He described it as another dirty slap. If the president of France were to react the way today, you and I would know that the French citizens will not condone that kind of behavior. Under criminal defamation, if the wife of the president feels terribly agrees about what that boy has said, what she required to do is to do a petition to the Commissioner of Police alleging that she has been criminally defamed, that somebody has said she's eating public or taking public office to fatten herself. And then the commissioner, the IG of police or the commissioner of police will look at the law and then file appropriate criminal defamation charges against the boss in the court of competent jurisdiction. The alternative way would have been for Madam Buhari to take a civil suit in the court of competent jurisdiction to challenge or defend our reputation as a citizens of Nigeria and ask for damages that may have been used on us.
All right. Tunde Kolawole, legal expert, thank you very much for your time and contribution. Moving on, the National Security Advisor Babagana Mongono has declared that security challenges in Nigeria have been significantly degraded. Speaking at the 60th session of the weekly ministerial briefing at the Presidential Villa, Abuja on Thursday, the NSA said this has made possible with renewed collaboration with all security agencies and international security agencies. While responding to questions on the 2023 general elections, Mongono revealed that President Muhammadu Buhari has directed INEC and security operatives to ensure free, fair and peaceful polls.
The harder we try to solve the problem of insecurity, the more aggressive it becomes at the local level, because these elements keep popping out of the local, government levels. Before they reach areas that they are not supposed to reach, they must have, manifested in many ways at the local level. It is extremely important. I know there are some arms of government that are also working to see how the local government can be strengthened. Obviously, there will be vested interests, there will be resistance, but the only way in which we can secure this country outside the traditional methods that have been used is to strengthen the local government. The president has given clear directives. The people's will must prevail. What happened in Anambra, Osun, and Ekiti is what we want to happen all over the country. Let the people choose their leader, whoever they want, then later they can decide. Because if you are really who you are, you don't need to hire thugs. If you cannot restrain your thugs, the government will do that for you. And you'll be called on the carpet and you'll answer questions. We have a lot of politicians, and I'm not being specific about any politician or party. This virus has to be contained.
To state matters now, the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, says the success of his first term has propelled his confidence to seek re-election for a second term. Sanwo-Olu made this known on Wednesday at the formal launch of his re-election campaign in Ikeja, the state capital. The governor, who was represented by the State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said he is determined to make the state a 21st century success story. Our correspondent, Abisola Adebayo, now reports.
As Nigerians approach the 2023 general elections, various candidates and political parties have begun to roll out plans and strategies for their campaigns ahead of the polls. Kicking off his campaign launch with a display of achievements recorded since his assumption of office in 2019, some elder statesmen took turns to highlight what the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has done to improve infrastructures and boost the standard of living for Lagosians.
This government has been very inclusive, all-inclusive, in terms of touching every nooks, corners, and crannies of our state. And in terms of touching every sector, every important sector of the life of Lagosians. And it's also important to note that characteristic of the promise of Mr. Governor has ensured that no project has been abandoned. All projects I inherited from his predecessors have been completed.
When we make an announcement that we are putting a film city, right, and you hear our leaders in the entertainment industry shout for joy, then you know that today that scripture is fulfilled, that when the righteous is in authority, that the people shout for joy.
Speaking on the campaign tagged A Greater Lagos Rising, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, designed to communicate to residents how their tax is being managed, adding that it is also a reflection on what to expect if Sanwo-Olu is elected in 2023.
The campaign is not about Mr. Sanwo-Olu. It is a tribute to all our young people who are putting Lagos on the global map. This campaign is a celebration of the collective progress we have all made in the last 3.5 years against all odds. It is also a vivid reflection of what to expect in the coming days. Mr. Sanwo-Olu started on August 15 last year the red line that will run from Oyigbo to Agbado. Passenger operation will begin first quarter of next year by the grace of God. The blue line will also start commercial services then. We are building a new Mercy Street Hospital, which is going to be the biggest pediatric center in Africa.
The incident of the COVID-19 pandemic and its setback was also recalled, as the governor's approach in tackling these challenges was described as a rare display of bravery and courage.
Following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in China in January 2020, Lagos recorded the first index case of the dreaded virus on 27th of February 2020. Governor Sanwo-Olu, in a rare display of bravery and courage in leadership, assumed the role of incident commander. With Dr. Kadi Obafemi Hamzat as deputy, he rallied the best brains of Nigerian health sector to confront the dangers of the pandemic posed to millions of Lagosians. In no time, Lagos indeed became a global example for the medical world on how to fight the pandemic.
Although the governor was absent at this event, he was duly represented as organizers of the campaign seeking Governor Sanwo-Olu's re-election, touted him as the best man for the job. Abisola Adebayo, TV360, Lagos.
The federal government has blamed state governors for the high rate of poverty in the country, adding that 72% of Nigeria's poor citizens are found in the rural areas which have been abandoned by the governors. Minister of State for Budget and National Planning Clement Agba said this while briefing State House correspondents on the outcome of the Federal Executive Council meeting. He therefore urged the governors to focus more on improving living conditions in rural areas. For more details in this next report. According to a recent report by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, no fewer than 133 million Nigerians, representing 63% of the population, are currently living in multi-dimensional poverty. This worrisome situation took the front burner in this week's Federal Executive Council meeting. Reviewing the report, the Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clement Agba, said the 36 governors of the Federation were to blame for not getting their priorities right in their respective states.
We need to push that rather than governors continue to compete to take loans to build airports that are not necessary, where they have other airports so close to them, or governors now competing to build flyovers all over the place, and we applaud them. They should concentrate on building rural roads so that the farmer can at least get their product to the market.
Educational matters also made the to-do list of the council. After several deliberations, the council approved a new national language policy, making the various mother tongues compulsory medium of instruction from primary 1 to 6. This, they say, will prevent Nigeria's local languages from extinction.
There are 625 languages in Nigeria. If we had the material, let's say instructional material and teachers, this will be used to teach, the community will teach children in its own language. It's not restricted to the 3 languages that were promoted, Hausa, Igbo, English, and Yoruba. Mother tongue is mother tongue. So when the policy is fully operational, each locality will teach students in primary 1 up to 6 in their own mother tongue.
On his part, the Minister of Science and Technology explained that the Council approved the concession of research and development of satellite internet broadband project to ensure fast, reliable and uninterrupted internet penetration across the country.
We have the ICRC, which is the agency that is responsible for the assessment, and of course, starting from the outline business case and then you move on to the full business case. And after going to, of course, also seeking the necessary clearance that we need, even from the security, National Security Advisor and other agencies that we need to get their buy-in before.
President Muhammadu Buhari also signed into law the National Agricultural Development Fund Bill, which is expected to be funded by derivation from 0.5% of Natural Development Resources Fund and 5% of the duty levied on import of rice, wheat, sugar, milk, poultry, and fish. Simisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos. We'll take a break here, but still to come. Federal government accuses marketers of hoarding, says no plan to hike petrol price. Details of the story and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now here's a recap of our top stories tonight. A federal high court in Akwa Ibom State has sentenced the governorship candidate of the Young Progressive Party, Basi Albert, to 42 years in prison for fraud. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had in 2019 arraigned Albert on a 6-count charge of allegedly taking possession of 6 vehicles worth 204 million naira when he was finance commissioner in the state. Consequently, he was sentenced to Incubation prison to serve his jail term. We also told you that Justice Halilu Yusuf of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has remanded Aminu Adamu, a student of the Federal University Dutse Jigawa at the Suleja Correctional Center in Niger State, after tweeting about the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. Adamu, a 500-level student who was allegedly arrested by security officials on the orders of Aisha Buhari a few days ago, had in June tweeted in Hausa that the president's wife was feeding fat on poor people's money. Meanwhile, President of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, Usman Barambu, in a statement on Thursday, demanded Adamu's unconditional release and announced a nationwide protest for Monday, December 5, 2022, to press home the demand of the students' body. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, do log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. In COVID updates, China has signaled a shift in its COVID stance as it moves to ease some virus restrictions despite high daily case numbers. Restrictions in major cities like Guangzhou were abruptly lifted on Wednesday, hours after the city saw violent protests that resulted in clashes between police and protesters. It comes as China is seeing mass protests against its zero-COVID policy. We'll take another short break here and be back with more stories. Do stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digitizing, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Abisola Adebayo now joins us with business updates. Abisola, what's the latest?
Thank you very much, Timisola. Welcome to Business News. The federal government has denied that it plans to hike the pump price of petrol, despite the increase in price from 180 naira per litre to 230. The government, in a statement by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, insisted that the country had 34 days of sufficiency in stock, despite visible evidence of shortage across the country. Marketers and the general public were also advised to avoid panic buying, diversion of product, as well as hoarding. Well, we'll take a break now and return with a review of the stock market. After a record positive close in November, Nigeria's equities market opened the month of December on a negative note, decreasing slightly by 0.01% as the All-Share Index closed by 47,656 basis points. Investors also lost about 2 billion naira on Thursday as the market capitalization decreased to 25.95 trillion naira. Honeywell Flour Mill share price dropped the most today, down by 18 kobo, and was closely followed by RT Briscoe. On the flip side, as our top gainers for today, UPD Credit and McNichols led the gainers table as they recorded a combined 30 kobo increase. Our market summary, however, sees 172 million units of shares valued at 2.8 billion naira exchanging hands in 3,073 deals. Apparently, yesterday's gain on the NGX was a dead cat bounce, but we're still optimistic that the market might end positive tomorrow and even for the rest of the last month of the year. Moving on to the foreign scene, the FTSE, the Dow Jones and the Nikkei. London's blue chip shares edged towards 6-month highs on Thursday after a strong performance in November on signs that the U.S. Federal Reserve would temper its pace of interest rate hikes. Wall Street equities, however, fell as investors digested economic data after a big rally in the previous session from signals that the U.S. Federal Reserve would slow its interest rate hiking pace. Meanwhile, Japan stocks Nikkei is also in the positive as we recorded a 0.92% increase. That's all on stock market reports. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Abisola. Now on the foreign scene, a security guard at Ukraine's embassy in Madrid has been injured while opening a letter bomb addressed to the Ukrainian ambassador, prompting Kyiv to boost security at its embassies. The central government representative in Madrid, Mercedes Gonzalez, said the letter, which arrived by regular post, exploded in the early afternoon as the guard opened it in the embassy garden. Meanwhile, police have opened an investigation which includes the participation of forensic police. In sports, FIFA's head of refereeing says the addition of more time at the end of World Cup games to compensate for stoppages has raised the average active playing time to 59 minutes. Colina, who said FIFA was quite happy with the result of games routinely extending from the 90 minutes of regulation to more than 100 in total, added that the ball, now actively in play for 55 to 67 minutes, has extended entertainment for football fans.
Substitutions, this is something to be considered. In the past, one sub 30 seconds, this was the directive. With the 10 substitutions and the multiple substitutions within one slot, we cannot simply say three subs in one slot means 1.5, because probably it's less than 1.5, but more than 30 seconds, so they have to accurately calculate. Goal celebrations, it's a moment of joy for those who scored, but it takes quite long to celebrate a goal, and for the opponents it's less opportunity to play. So also the goal, the time spent for a celebration of a goal should be considered, and then of course the VAR intervention, both when there is a delay in the restart of play due to a check made by the video match officials, and for the on-field review when the referee goes to the monitor to review any incident. Of course it takes time, and this time has to be compensated.
Well, with that, we end our news bulletin this evening. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Adigun. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Media School, one vote woman and the rampant illegal spectrum from frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Niger stock market today as sell-offs eased.
Emma Natami Miro, we will. Emma Natami Miro, we will let Billy Poyene. You know, Gomina, drowned the Uga. We know me, though, Lord Wadolo. I
want to beg the government to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat. That the last one boat, will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If we are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos State government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos State government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos State government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatened not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing. But when that dredging comes, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody passes, that boat with it, there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In a disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries.
Dubai na team do bon orudo to gbo we sin oro lo mo ga team ton ga yo do no ma team ton lo ma chen o ko le ton lo ma chen ton yo e mo do yan le yo ado gbe ami amo gbe do emi lo ma ba ye kle ani ga yo mo no e joru ba lo yo ya be to o ya be to ya be to lo mi do na no no je jo yi ba lo ye je no sajiro asawe ji wa yi ye je nle sin sanji do yan be me le ron to o me ro wo lonu e gan le po mi mo gan le po e jo ro wo lonu do ni jo lo me mo so ya mi gbele ro wo lonu.
Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ a like ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n wá kó wọn kúrò wọ́n ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bùté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dáa.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing morning that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something in that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okoagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos State government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbame. Torugbame, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we settle you in another community. Torugbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during the Otodogbame forced eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
what I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities, but a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos State government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state, but in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises three major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko-Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko-Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko-Iwaya fishing community in a Memorandum of Understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land off the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko-Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all these resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Morocco who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roselyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Morocco.
When they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Razaki regime, that 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out. It's how Morocco, some people are sleeping under bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting, where are we going, where are we going. Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 80 years a year. We went there. Then give them. Like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place, they enter. When that time there is no window, it's uncompleted building. Yeah, there no window, no door, no nothing. Like this bridge now, many people die because nowhere to hide themselves. Before we use zinc and everything, putting for the doors and this thing. After then call us again for roofers. Even they give us paper for the roofers for doors and the roofers, and we take it and come and fix it by ourselves.
While the eviction has been described as one of the largest forced evictions in Nigerian history, the people still face the threat of losing everything as land grabbers and encroachers threaten them daily.
February this month, this year we just say caterpillar just coming. They bring sand, fill all these places. When they break, they will continue to fill. When they break, they fill. When they break, they fill. We go and meet them and say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people. And then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is a landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they not give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people we are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the Aircom owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again, this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front. To come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Maroko is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Maroko, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Maroko was adjacent Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Maroko has been destroyed to make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos state government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogrinde, TV360 News.
On the news, a Akwa-Ibom YPP governorship candidate sentenced to 42 years imprisonment for fraud. Court remands student for tweet against Aisha Buhari as Nance calls for nationwide protest. President Muhammadu Buhari accuses governors of misappropriating local government allocation. It's a pleasure to have you join us on News Now. I am Simisola Adigun. A federal high court in Akwa Ibom has sentenced the governorship candidate of the Young Progressive Party, Basi Albert, to 42 years in prison for fraud. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had in 2019 arraigned Albert on a 6-count charge of allegedly taking possession of 6 vehicles worth 204 million naira when he was finance commissioner in the state. He was said to have collected one of the vehicles from Jide Omokore, an associate of the former Minister of Petroleum, Diezani Alison Madreke. Delivering judgment on Thursday, the presiding judge, Agatha Okeke, found the senator guilty of the offences. Consequently, he was sentenced to Ikotekwene prison to serve his jail term. Albert, a serving senator representing Akwa Ibom Northeast District, was a member of the People's Democratic Party. He, however, defected to the YPP in July, where he secured the party's ticket for the 2023 governorship election. Still in legal matters, Justice Halilu Yusuf of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has remanded Aminu Adamu, a student of the Federal University Dotse Jigawa at the Suleja Correctional Center in Niger State after tweeting about the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. The student was arraigned for cyber stalking and was denied bail despite pleading not guilty to the charges filed against him. Adamu, a 500-level student who was allegedly arrested by security officials on the orders of Aisha Buhari a few days ago, had in June tweeted in Hausa that the president's wife was feeding fat on poor people's money. Justice Halilu ordered the defendant to be remanded in Suleja prison pending the hearing and determination of his bail application. Meanwhile, the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has condemned the detention of Adamu over the alleged defamatory post made against the wife of the president. NANS President Usman Barambu, in a statement on Thursday, demanded the unconditional release of the student of the Federal University Dutse and announced a nationwide protest for Monday, December 5, 2022, to press home the demand of the student's body. To give more insight into this development, Tunde Kolawole, legal expert, joins me now. Thank you for joining me, Tunde. Now, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding this case, but as a legal expert, can you tell us what is peculiar and what you may have found out about Aminu Adamu's case? I'm afraid we've lost our guest there, but moving on, President Muhammadu Buhari has said governors steal from local government council allocations. The president, who spoke extempore after delivering his speech at the Presidential Parley for members of the Senior Executive Course 44 for 2022 of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies at the State House, underscored that personal integrity is fundamental in the operations of government. President Buhari recalled an instance of how a state governor would receive allocation on behalf of council areas in his state, only to remit half of such allocation to the council chairman. These actions, he said, portrayed the sort of corrupt practices that are now symptomatic of Nigeria in dispensing resources meant for local council administrations, thereby undermining development.
The treatment of local governments. What they did, this is my personal experience. If the monies from the federal government to state government, say it's 100 million, let's put it 100 million. 50 million will be sent to the chairman with a letter that he will sign that he received 100 million. The governor will pocket the balance and share it with whoever he wanted. And then the chairman of the local government will see how much he must pay in salaries to help goes to development. Money for the salaries will be given and the balance will put in his pocket. This was happening. This is Nigeria. It's a terrible thing. You cannot say the person who was doing that was not educated. He was a qualified lawyer. He was experienced. Yet he participated in this type of corruption.
We go back now to the story of the student that was arrested on the orders of the wife of the president. Tunde Kolawole is back now. Thank you, Tunde, for joining me on the news. Like I asked earlier, there's been a lot of controversy surrounding this case. But as a legal expert, can you tell us what is peculiar and what you may have found out about Aminu Adamu's case?
You were asking about procedures. Hello, I'm hearing.
Yes, I'm listening, sir. You can go on.
Well, in my humble opinion or my understanding of the law, there are three basic issues that are involved in this. One is criminal defamation. The other one, which is could be described as cyber stalking or cyber crime. And of course, too, you have civil defamation. And lastly, you may want to look at the issues from the moral perspective. Starting from the moral perspective, when the person has stepped into public office, are they not liable to criticism by the citizens, those who elected and put them in power? And if leaders or people in public offices have to start reacting to whatever the citizens say or those who put them in power say, would they even have time to devote to the work for which they have been elected? The second one is an African tradition. He is a child about the age of 23 that boy is set to be. Is it appropriate for him as a person to enforce the passing of the wife of Mr. President? That is Madam Madam Buhari. Morally, that may not be correct. Secondly, two wrongs don't make a right. The fact that Mrs. Buhari is in public office, she should know that she is liable to be criticized by the citizens. We and I have seen not too long ago when the president of France was campaigning and a citizen slapped the president. The president merely made a joke out of that effort. He described it as another dirty slap. If the president of France were to react the way Madam Buhari is reacting today, you and I would know that the French citizens will not condone that kind of behavior. Further, criminal defamation, if the wife of the president feels terribly aggrieved about what that boy has said, what she required to do is to do a petition to the Commissioner of Police alleging that she has been criminally detained, that somebody has said she's eating public or taking public office to fasten herself. And then the Commissioner, the IG of Police or the Commissioner of Police will look at the law and then file appropriate criminal defamation charges against the boss in the court of competent jurisdiction. The alternative way would have been for Madam Buhari to take a civil suit in the court of competent jurisdiction to challenge or defend our reputation as a citizens of Nigeria and ask for damages that may have been used on us.
All right. Tunde Kolawole, legal expert, thank you very much for your time and contribution. Moving on, the National Security Advisor Babagana Mongono has declared that security challenges in Nigeria have been significantly degraded. Speaking at the 60th session of the weekly ministerial briefing at the Presidential Villa, Abuja on Thursday, the NSA said this has made possible with renewed collaboration with all security agencies and international security agencies. While responding to questions on the 2023 general elections, Mongono revealed that President Muhammadu Buhari has directed INEC and security operatives to ensure free, fair and peaceful polls.
The harder we try to solve the problem of insecurity, the more aggressive it becomes at the local level, because these elements keep popping out of the local, government levels. Before they reach areas that they are not supposed to reach, they must have, manifested in many ways at the local level. It is extremely important. I know there are some arms of government that are also working to see how the local government can be strengthened. Obviously, there will be vested interests, there will be resistance, but the only way in which we can secure this country outside the traditional methods that have been used is to strengthen the local government. The president has given clear directives. The people's will must prevail. What happened in Anambra, Osun, and Ekiti is what we want to happen all over the country. Let the people choose their leader, whoever they want, then later they can decide. Because if you are really who you are, you don't need to hire thugs. If you cannot restrain your thugs, the government will do that for you. And you'll be called on the carpet and you'll answer questions. We have a lot of politicians, and I'm not being specific about any politician or party. This virus has to be contained.
To state matters now, the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, says the success of his first term has propelled his confidence to seek re-election for a second term. Sanwo-Olu made this known on Wednesday at the formal launch of his re-election campaign in Ikeja, the state capital. The governor, who was represented by the State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said he is determined to make the state a 21st century success story. Our correspondent, Abisola Adebayo, now reports.
As Nigerians approach the 2023 general elections, various candidates and political parties have begun to roll out plans and strategies for their campaigns ahead of the polls. Kicking off his campaign launch with a display of achievements recorded since his assumption of office in 2019, some elder statesmen took turns to highlight what the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has done to improve infrastructures and boost the standard of living for Lagosians.
This government has been very inclusive, all-inclusive, in terms of touching every nooks, corners, and crannies of our state, and in terms of touching every sector, every important sector of the life of Lagosians. And it's also important to note that characteristic of the promise of Mr. Governor has ensured that no project has been abandoned. All projects I inherited from his predecessors have been completed.
When we make an announcement that we are putting a film city, right, and you hear our leaders in the entertainment industry shout for joy, then you know that today that scripture is fulfilled, that when the righteous is in authority, that the people shout for joy.
Speaking on the campaign tagged A Greater Lagos Rising, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, says the campaign is designed to communicate to residents how their tax is being managed, adding that it is also a reflection on what to expect if Sanwo-Olu is elected in 2023.
The campaign is not about Mr. Sanwo-Olu. It is a tribute to all our young people who are putting Lagos on the global map. This campaign is a celebration of the collective progress we have all made in the last 3.5 years against all odds. It is also a vivid reflection of what to expect in the coming days. Mr. Sanwo-Olu started on August 15 last year the red line that will run from Oyigbo to Agbado. Passenger operation will begin first quarter of next year by the grace of God. The blue line will also start commercial services then. We are building a new Mercy Street Hospital, which is going to be the biggest pediatric center in Africa.
The incident of the COVID-19 pandemic and its setback was also recalled, as the governor's approach in tackling these challenges was described as a rare display of bravery and courage.
Following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in China and in January 2020, Lagos recorded the first index case of the dreaded virus on 27th of February 2020. Governor Sanwo-Olu, in a rare display of bravery and courage in leadership, assumed the role of incident commander. With Dr. Kadu Obafemi Amsad as deputy, he rallied the best brains of Nigerian health sector to confront the dangers of the pandemic posed to millions of Lagosians. In no time, Lagos indeed became a global example for the medical world on how to fight the pandemic.
Although the governor was absent at this event, he was duly represented as organizers of the campaign seeking Governor Sanwo-Olu's re-election touted him as the best man for the job. Abisola Adebayo, TV360, Lagos.
The federal government has blamed state governors for the high rate of poverty in the country, adding that 72% of Nigeria's poor citizens are found in the rural areas which have been abandoned by the governors. Minister of State for Budget and National Planning Clement Agba said this while briefing State House correspondents on the outcome of the Federal Executive Council meeting. He therefore urged the governors to focus more on improving living conditions in rural areas. For more details in this next report. According to a recent report by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, no fewer than 133 million Nigerians, representing 63% of the population, are currently living in multi-dimensional poverty. This worrisome situation took the front burner in this week's Federal Executive Council meeting. Reviewing the report, the Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Clement Agba, said the 36 governors of the Federation were to blame for not getting their priorities right in their respective states.
We need to push that rather than governors continue to compete to take loans to build airports that are not necessary, where they have other airports so close to them, or governors now competing to build flyovers all over the place, and we applaud them. They should concentrate on building rural roads so that the farmer can at least get their product to the market.
Educational matters also made the to-do list of the Council. After several deliberations, the Council approved a new national language policy, making the various mother tongues compulsory medium of instruction from primary 1 to 6. This, they say, will prevent Nigeria's local languages from extinction.
There are 625 languages in Nigeria. If we had the material, let's say instructional material and teachers, this will be used to teach. The community will teach children in its own language. It's not restricted to the 3 languages that were promoted: Hausa, Igbo, English, and Yoruba. Mother tongue is mother tongue. So when the policy is fully operational, each locality will teach students in primary 1 up to 6 in their own mother tongue.
On his part, the Minister of Science and Technology explained that the Council approved the concession of research and development of satellite internet broadband project to ensure fast, reliable and uninterrupted internet penetration across the country.
We have the ICRC, which is the agency that is responsible for the assessment, and of course, starting from the outline business case and then move on to the full business case. And after going to, of course, also seeking the necessary clearance that we need, even from the security, National Security Advisor and other agencies that we need to get their buy-in before going to town.
President Muhammadu Buhari also signed into law the National Agricultural Development Fund Bill, which is expected to be funded by derivation from 0.5% of Natural Development Resources Fund and 5% of the duty levied on import of rice, wheat, sugar, milk, poultry, and fish. Simisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos. We'll take a break here, but still to come. Federal government accuses marketers of hoarding, says no plan to hike petrol price. Details of the story and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now here's a recap of our top stories tonight. A federal high court in Akwa Ibom State has sentenced the governorship candidate of the Young Progressive Party, Basi Albert, to 42 years in prison for fraud. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission had in 2019 arraigned Albert on a 6-count charge of allegedly taking possession of 6 vehicles worth 204 million naira when he was finance commissioner in the state. Consequently, he was sentenced to Ikotepene prison to serve his jail term. We also told you that Justice Halilu Yusuf of the Federal Capital Territory High Court has remanded Aminu Adamu, a student of the Federal University Dutse Jigawa at the Suleja Correctional Center in Niger State, after tweeting about the wife of the president, Aisha Buhari. Adamu, a 500-level student who was allegedly arrested by security officials on the orders of Aisha Buhari a few days ago, had in June tweeted in Hausa that the president's wife was feeding fat on poor people's money. Meanwhile, President of the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, Usman Barambu, in a statement on Thursday, demanded Adamu's unconditional release and announced a nationwide protest for Monday, December 5, 2022, to press home the demand of the students' body. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, do log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. In COVID updates, China has signaled a shift in its COVID stance as it moves to ease some virus restrictions despite high daily case numbers. Restrictions in major cities like Guangzhou were abruptly lifted on Wednesday, hours after the city saw violent protests that resulted in clashes between police and protesters. It comes as China is seeing mass protests against its zero COVID policy. We'll take another short break here and be back with more stories. Do stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On Digitizing, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
Digitizing, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Abisola Adebayo now joins us with business updates. Abisola, what's the latest?
Thank you very much, Timisola. Welcome to Business News. The federal government has denied that it plans to hike the pump price of petrol, despite the increase in price from 180 naira per litre to 235 by independent marketers. The government, in a statement by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, insisted that the country had 34 days of sufficiency in stock, despite visible evidence of shortage across the country. Marketers and the general public were also advised to avoid panic buying, diversion of product, as well as hoarding. Well, we'll take a break now and return with a review of the stock market. After a record positive close in November, Nigeria's equities market opened the month of December on a negative note, decreasing slightly by 0.01% as the All-Share Index closed by 47,656 basis points. Investors also lost about 2 billion naira on Thursday as the market capitalization decreased to 25.95 trillion naira. Honeywell Flour Mill share price dropped the most today, down by 18 kobo, and was closely followed by RT Briscoe. On the flip side, as our top gainers for today, UPD Crate and McNichols led the gainers table as they recorded a combined 30 kobo increase. Our market summary, however, sees 172 million units of shares valued at 2.8 billion naira exchanging hands in 3,073 deals. Apparently, yesterday's gain on the NGX was a dead cat bounce, but we're still optimistic that the market might end positive tomorrow and even for the rest of the last month of the year. Moving on to the foreign scene, the FTSE, the Dow Jones and the Nikkei. London's blue chip shares edged towards 6-month highs on Thursday after a strong performance in November on signs that the U.S. Federal Reserve would temper its pace of interest rate hikes. Wall Street equities, however, fell as investors digested economic data.
Has been injured while opening a letter bomb addressed to the Ukrainian ambassador, prompting Kyiv to boost security at its embassies. The central government representative in Madrid, Mercedes Gonzalez, said the letter, which arrived by regular post, exploded in the early afternoon as the guard opened it in the embassy garden. Meanwhile, police have opened an investigation which includes the participation of forensic police. In sports, FIFA's head of refereeing says the addition of more time at the end of World Cup games to compensate for stoppages has raised the average active playing time to 59 minutes. Colina, who said FIFA was quite happy with the result of games routinely extending from the 90 minutes of regulation to more than 100 in total, added that the ball, now actively in play for 55 to 67 minutes, has extended entertainment for football fans.
Substitutions, this is something to be considered. In the past, one sub 30 seconds, this was the directive. With the 10 substitutions and the multiple substitutions within one slot, we cannot simply say three subs in one slot means 1.5, because probably it's less than 1.5, but more than 30 seconds, so they have to accurately calculate. Goal celebrations, it's a moment of joy for those who scored, but it takes quite long to celebrate a goal, and for the opponents it's less opportunity to play. So also the goal, the time spent for a celebration of a goal should be considered, and then of course the VAR intervention, both when there is a delay in the restart of play due to a check made by the video match officials, and for the on-field review when the referee goes to the monitor to review any incident. Of course it takes time, and this time has to be compensated.
Well, with that, we end our news bulletin this evening. Many thanks for watching. I am Simisola Adigun. Bye for now.
Danfo is the most recognizable cultural icon or artifact as it is in Lagos. Because currently, you know, when you look at every city in the world, most cities have like a particular structure or object or something you can use to represent or identify them. Lagos has quite a number of artifacts, but I think and I believe Danfo is like an outstanding cultural artifact that once you put it, it symbolizes Lagos, and everybody who knows Lagos can easily recognize Lagos with the Danfo. So I feel it's the best thing to do by using Danfo to create my art, or using it as my major means of telling my artistic stories. Portraits of public figures in Lagos, it's a collection that is talking about people who play important role in our day-to-day lives in Lagos, just like the truck pusher, like the market woman, the Okada man, the keke rider, and even the conductors and the admirers. They are making Lagos going and keep Lagos moving. So I believe when we talk about public figures, some people might want to think about some particular people who really are not serving the public. So I believe these people have been playing important roles, and they've been serving people over the years. Have you ever imagined like a particular driver who runs like 5 trips in a day, and he runs the road for 1 week? How many passengers is he serving? How many people is the conductor attending to? They are actually public figures, but because we don't really see them as important enough, that is why we don't honor them enough like the way we honor some other people who really don't serve us, and we consider them public figures. But I also believe that these guys are public figures, and they should be given some recognition and should get some reward for the work they have put into our culture today. So that's why we have them as the major means of my characters for the exhibition. I want to believe minimalism is a reflection of my personality, because every artist sort of is representing himself or herself, and it's the way you behave, the way you think, the way you do things, and the way you love things. That's how you will create your own art. So your artwork is just like a reflection of your personality. So it's just an expression or an extension of you. So when you see minimalism, it is me you're seeing, and it is the way I think and the way I behave that is reflecting in my work. And another thing I like about these works is that it's very easy for you to get people interested in the message, because there is nothing else distracting them from the message. So minimalism takes people straight to the point. So once they see just one line, there must be something about it, and that is all we are trying to decode. And it makes more sense instead of clouding a painting or a drawing or an artwork with so many other unnecessary subject matter. The exhibition has gone global already, because first it's done in Alliance Francaise, the Lagos, and Alliance Francaise in other countries like in Accra, in Nairobi, in so many other countries. They have been seeing them also liking the work, and people from all around the world, even as far as America, Europe, have seen the show. So first, the show has gone global with the collaboration I had with Alliance Francaise that has put this work to limelight, and I believe after this very exhibition, many other people and galleries would want something like this to run in their space. So that is already in the making. A lot of conversations are ongoing, and I am trusting that it's going to be great in the next outing, because it's going to be another big platform just like the one we have here. For these works in this particular exhibition, they are all paintings, and the paintings were done with acrylic on canvas, and so basically it's acrylic on canvas I used for this work. Although I work with so many other materials, like I do digital creation sometimes and I print on canvas as well, then I also do installation. So I quite have multiple forms of art, but for this exhibition, acrylic on canvas. Yeah, there are a lot of VIP downfall buses on the streets. If you would have noticed, like sometimes they write VIP. I have been into vehicles with VIP. I even took selfie right inside it because I was in a VIP downfall. So automatically, I want to believe it's a VIP driver. The passengers are also very important people. But conductor basically is a very important person in the downfall bus because it's more like the accountant, it's more like the HR person, is still the PR person. So I think I'm just trying to put some respect or trying to give some honor to the functions or the duties of a conductor who administrates the downfall bus. So that is why I created the VIP conductor after creating the fine boy conductor. Yeah, the fine boy conductor should just probably refer to like a fashionista, but in this case, it's just trying to show a little bit importance that is needed to be accorded to the conductor. And I have never included blue on a painting that has to do with Agbero conductor before. And blue, for me, it's a bit royal. And putting it on this painting is just because I'm trying to honor a few conductors that I would have entered their buses and appreciated the way they were managing the transport bus. Some of them are very good entertainers as well. So that's why I have a VIP conductor here. This is market woman. My mom is actually the market woman, and I was born around that period when she used to be actively selling in the market. She used to sell at Boundary Market because we were living at Ajegunle then. So right in this painting, I depicted myself and her, like I'm the one at her back, and she's carrying me like she would carry me to everywhere when I was young as a child. And I tried creating a design of a wrapper with the tomatoes and pepper she used to sell. So that's why you have the circles of orange, yellowish, reddish kind of colors, which shows pepper tomatoes. And right here I depicted like the yellow and black nylon that they use in selling in the market. Although it could also serve like a downfall because she probably would be entering downfall too at that point in time. So I just try to create a story that will show the everyday experience the regular market woman goes through. They leave the house very early in the morning, sometimes around 4, 5, even with babies like me when I was small. And whatever the weather was, the children experienced it with their parents. So that's my life, and that's what the painting is about. Yeah, right at my left is Fine Boy Conductor. It's one of my favorite pieces from year 2020, and I think it's quite a very popular and loved piece because I knew I used it to apply for Artex Review back then, and I was selected for it because I think the work speaks volume. And you know, like I said earlier about the other piece who was a conductor, I was talking about the importance of conductor in the Lagos traffic system, and I have met a fine boy conductor before. I can remember one particular guy that I entered his bus from mile 2 to Oshodi. He sounded like a graduate because his English was very polished and he looked quite neat and good, and I just felt like, yeah, their conductors were also fine boy. And probably situations around us in Lagos or life, or since some of us don't have opportunities to get what we want. Some people might just choose to do that in the meantime. So it's just a thing of recognizing those people who want to genuinely make their life or make ends meet for themselves. So you could find some fine boy conductor, and I think they deserve some honor and some respect as well. That is why I did a particular piece just to honor the fine boy conductor. I have another of my beautiful pieces, and it's the Danfo driver. And I think Danfo to me suggests speed a lot of time, and capturing speed in art is not really easy because the art is static and it's still is just there. But I think I tried showing the speed in the body of the driver himself by showing some kind of cut lines which you could also connect to the way they design Danfo buses. But another thing I have known about the Danfo drivers is that because of the hardship of the road and the people they are dealing with, they have to have a different kind of high, and their highs are red because they have to deliver. So I have just tried capturing all this plenty stories and events that happen on the daily basis in the Danfo driver's life in this small painting. And I also try showing the Danfo bus with the yellow colors and the black line down here. So basically, if you want me to begin to explain color again, I could tell you that, like, you know, they have some kind of hopes and beliefs and a future for their business or for whatever they're doing. So like you could see, I have a different color that is not common in the Danfo scheme, just to show that aspiration or desire for something more beautiful that could come out of all these experiences. I knew I also met a driver who, not a Danfo driver actually, but a driver who was telling me that he's believing that someday he's going to carry somebody in his vehicle and they will be able to discuss about things in life and the person could change his life. So he has very, very positive expectation about the work he's doing. Irrespective of being there, he believes there's something better for him out there. But he believes the person who is going to make the difference could be one of the passengers that will patronize him. So I just think I would encourage Danfo drivers to keep the hopes alive if they have hope. For those who are losing hope, I'm encouraging you to have hope, because there is hope. And once we keep the hope alive, the difference will be made in our lives. I have my Danfo chief right here beside me, and I know in every kingdom they kind of have like royalties or chiefs or kings or people that they hold to some respect or some regard. And in the Danfo sector, we have people that we actually look at and we give some regard to, like from the park, from the streets and all of that. And somehow they don't get any chieftaincy title for their position, but people respect them because of the personality they have right in the park or on the street. So I just felt that there was a need to create a painting that could honor like those people who have really put themselves in position to control and place some sort of order in the Danfo system. So in the painting, I tried creating like a bead made with black and yellow, just to use the Danfo color for the chief. So this is the chief. I hopefully would also want to be one of the Danfo chiefs in the future, because it's going to make my work make more sense to people, because I'm also trying to make a difference with Danfo. So that is why I created Danfo chief. For those of us who patronize Danfo buses, we have met different people inside the bus, and we know one of those popular characters I have personally encountered are those fashionistas or those slave mama, as we call them, and you may never believe some of them enter Danfo buses because of the way they carry themselves. They could enter a Danfo bus to a journey, like they started the journey with a Danfo bus, but they end up entering maybe like a ride or a drop later, and they don't want to create the impression or give anybody the impression that they patronize Danfo. And I think what I want to do is to get us to talk about that story, about those kind of people. And so that is why I did the yellow CC, and the yellow just resonates with the color of the Danfo. So she's a Danfo CC, and she's more or less like every other passenger, but she wouldn't want to be associated with Danfo. But I am saying, babe, I saw you in the Danfo bus. The next piece right here is Johnny Just Come. That's the full word. In Lagos, all of us know in our JJC with the column. So when we say JJC, we're actually referring to a newcomer, somebody who is new to Lagos. And once somebody is new to Lagos, the tendency that the person is new will reflect in the way the person behaves and the way the person does things. And you know, just to make it interesting for people who are new in Lagos to know that there's something like JJC, I have created a painting that talks about such kind of people, or that will make people to reflect about their traveling to Lagos. If they are coming for the first time, they just need to get people who will give them the right information, so they would have a very wonderful experience in Lagos. I tried making it a little bit symbolic by, like the body of the person shows more like a direction. So this person is calling out for direction, and the person has the chances of getting the right direction, which was symbolized with the blue line, or getting the wrong direction, which are symbolized with the red line. So, and for this very JJC, or for every other JJC who probably were not fortunate enough to meet the right person, their eyes could turn red after a very funny experience. So that's why the figure here has a red eyes. So, and I think anybody who is new to Lagos and hears about this work would be conscious of the fact that they're in a new environment. It's not only Lagos, wherever you go to, you will also become a JJC, not until you get used to the place and the people and what they do. So, but it's a good thing to experience new things, to travel around, and that's the more reason why I created this particular piece called JJC. The prevalence of Okada in Lagos especially, I think, is as a result of the constant traffic we experience. Even on my way here, I faced traffic for almost half of the time that would have taken me to get to the gallery space, and I think it's really a concern for so many of us, because we want to move and people would rather want to jump on bikes just to save time. I live around mile 2 axis, so I can tell people much more about Okada than so many other people who live in some other areas in Lagos, because the traffic there is just crazy most of the time. And because of that, people take Okada. I found myself in traffic for hours, but just because I am not the Okada person, I would rather sit in the traffic. But I think it's just important to say something about the Okada culture, and I could say some of them are very, very reckless, and that's the more reason why I don't recommend it, but I have taken it at so many occasions too. So I just tried capturing the Okada man, because I believe the Okada man is a significant figure in contemporary Lagos culture. The concern about culture both for Nigeria and for everywhere in the world is that it metamorphoses over time. There are things that were used when I was a kid that I'm no longer seeing them used by anybody anymore. And that is how the government have tried to see how they could face off Okada, even if it is still there. But I just believe that every aspect of our experience or our Lagos today should be documented, and all the characters should have a place on my canvases. So that's why I created this Okada Man. But this piece is interesting because it depicts somebody who has become what he's doing, like you become your profession. You are inseparable from your profession. You cannot be understood in isolation. You could see the man holding the bike, and you could see the circles down there. So, but his body has become part of the machine that keeps the Okada going. So you can't separate the Okada from the man. And everybody in Lagos knows that we call them Okada Man. So we have even used the language, that's the linguistic connection of the word for that person to include his profession. So calling him Okada Man is like tying Okada to his personality, and that's like a professional name for such profession, even if it is not considered like a real profession. But I just think it makes sense when you create pieces that really speak volume. It's more or less like what I did in my truck pusher painting. I know you can't cut the word truck away from the pusher, so it goes together, and the truck pusher is one person, but in the painting too, the truck and the person, they are one. So it's just that kind of interesting thing I think I've been able to create through this particular piece right here before us. I have Area Mama right beside me, and you know, she's like a very popular character in the streets most times, because there are always women like that in very many societies or on the streets, where some people are very much recognized because of their influence in terms of their personality, and in most cases like in Lagos setting, when it has to do with the Danfo guys and all those kind of things, they are very colorful people. They wear like different colors, like very fashionista. You see several piercing, you see colored hairs, and you know, all of that. So I'm just trying to depict that flashiness of an area mama in this very painting. So that is why you see the colors very vibrant and coming out. I wouldn't know why ladies like blue, but I tried borrowing blue and pink, each color, just to show that love and connection for for blue and pink. So I want to believe you will love it when you see it in person.
I think it's an interesting tribute to all the people working on the street of Lagos, because we all know that Lagos is very, crowded and busy, and the hustle and the bustle of Lagos. But the way Mr. Danfo represented is a very minimalist way, with just few lines. It looks like it's not much work, but it is actually. And I think the fact that he called this public figures of Lagos is interesting, because when you look at it, you might think it's just few lines, or it's a robot, or you're not very sure, and then you understand that it's the KK driver, it's the Okada man, and the way he represents it is quite intriguing, because it doesn't look like that in real life, so it's a nice transcription.
I've known the artist for more than 12 years now, and he has passed through my studio a couple of times. I knew him when he was in school. He was always bringing his ideas, and I saw him as a young man who is full of ideas and is always itching to express himself. So when he came up with the idea of Danfo, in fact, what I told myself was that I'll come and sit at the show, and I'm here. What I've seen today is the use of lines, shapes, what we call geometry, to achieve an effect of what we also call minimalism, meaning that you can use a line to represent a human being. That means you have minimalized that particular figure. So that is what he has employed to express himself, and it has come out in a very beautiful way, because when you go through the work, you will see stories rendered in a very simple way that is not complicated, and that's also very easy for anybody, any Dick and Harry, to understand. That is the essence of what he has done. I think I need to commend him, because many artists will not do this part.
I came to find a very interesting show here by Linus. It's a young man, a young artist whose work is really interesting because it's historical. It's work that dealt with reality. You know, it's work that concerns itself with about issue-based matter that we find around in Lagos. If you come to look at the works, you find the yellow buses, which is quite significant into almost all the pieces he has done. You find the Okada rider, you find the Keke Napeps, and you find the fact that it's trying to call our attention to see the kind of people that commute us from one place to another. We all board some of these means of transportation, like the Keke Napep, the buses, the Danfo. And some of these drivers are sometimes very high on drugs, and we kind of risk our life allowing them to drive us, even roughly on the road. And if you try to talk to them, they complain. For you to find an artist quite interested in these details is something that pricked my interest in coming to the show to see what the artists have done. And sincerely speaking, it's awesome what I'm seeing on ground. He's not interested really about just decorative art. These are works that dealt with issues that concerns the average Lagosians. Lagos is quite home for almost all sorts of people. You find almost all the tribes of Nigeria in large quantity in Lagos, and the artists have taken his time to look at what is very common to almost all the public living in Lagos. For me, it's a very interesting show, especially for the fact that these are issue-based ideas.